Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to the October East Vincent Township Planning Commission meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have two things on our agenda tonight, and we are going to start with reviewing a zoning application for the zoning hearing board that we were requested to comment on and provide comment to the zoning hearing board. So I'm hoping somebody can just give a little background about where this is in the process. We have heard this before in the Planning Commission.
Applicant's attorney is also online if you would like her to speak to some things as well.
Sure.
Okay. The applicant's attorney is online as well, so I'm gonna bring her in.
Good evening.
Sheila, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Are you able to see me and my screen?
No.
Okay. So I had asked before the meeting whether I would have the capability to share my screen. I'm not necessarily seeing that that is enabled. Is that something we do have a number of slides that I think would really help facilitate running through the background to this property and our proposal.
Yeah, we have it implemented on our end. The share is available. I'm just not sure why it's not showing up on yours.
Okay. Certainly have chat and show captions. And my video is enabled. So I don't know if it's possible to change the settings or if at this juncture, I also could email the slide presentation that I have if it could be projected.
Yeah, we could do that. We have it enabled on our end, Sheila. So
okay. Cindy, should I email to you?
yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
I thought you said.
No, I heard. But isn't the share thing just at the bottom of the page there?
Yeah.
But does she know where it is, Sheila?
I do have I have a tray at the bottom, but it does not allow me to share.
So when you hit share, nothing happens?
If you go to advanced sharing settings, did you do that, Haley? Go do share, advanced sharing settings. I can't see what the choices are, but
it does not look like any kind of sharing would be available on the mode that I'm in. But in any event, I certainly don't want to delay your meeting. I know you have another item after us, so I'm going to go ahead and email the document.
So, Sheila, while you're doing that, just so that you're not multitasking, I'll briefly kind of reintroduce this to the board, or the Planning Commission rather. And then as soon as Haley receives your email, we'll try and put that up on the screen. So As I understand it, this property is at 140 Hill Church Road. You had made application quite some time ago. The majority of the property is in the floodplain, I believe, and it's about a 6.6 acre property. What you're proposing to do is raise the existing home, and I see the owner is in the front row here, I believe, in person. But I believe what you're looking to do is raise the existing structure that's there and then build a new home. We had asked you to provide some additional information and reports. And I think you have at that point, there you go, Sheila, you're sharing your screen.
Wonderful.
So why don't you pick it up from there? We'd ask you for some additional reports, and I think that's what you have here before us this evening.
Very, very good. Thank you very much, Solicitor. I appreciate it. And thank you for enabling me to join as a panelist. This seems to have solved the issue. So I'm Sheila O'Rourke. I'm an attorney at Gibble, Kreibel and Haas. I'm here representing Nick Long, the applicant. He is in the audience live. We're also joined on Zoom by Jackie Hollenbach of MAC Engineering. So as the solicitor had introduced, this is before the Planning Commission as a pending zoning application. This is a project that Mr. Long has been working on for years. He bought the property just about 8 years ago at this point and has always intended to use it for his family home and has run into a number of hurdles along the way. And that's what's brought us before you this evening. So the overall concept is to remove an existing single-family home currently located on the property. It is part of the home dates to the 1880s. It's been occupied by tenants before Mr. Long owned it and allowed to fall into disrepair. So we'll tell you more details about the home as we go on, but based on the review of Mr. Long and his consultants, it would be environmentally safer and safer for future residents to remove this home and to build a new home that is completely compliant with modern floodproofing standards. So the zoning relief that we need is because this property is almost entirely within the flood hazard district. After we submitted our initial application, we were able to come in for a meeting with township staff to better understand some of the questions that the township had about our application. And it also prompted us to do some further site investigation. So as a result of that, we submitted a supplement to our application on September 2nd, which hopefully you've also received a copy of and gotten a chance to review. And overall, we are asking for 5 points of zoning relief, a variance to allow a single-family dwelling in the flood hazard district, a variance to utilize fill, and this relates to being able to grade the driveway and also to be able to blend the landscape and topography of the property with the home that has to be elevated because of the floodplain. We've also sought a variance to be able to build the home within 40 feet of the right-of-way, where a 50-foot setback is required. In our view, this would eliminate some of the fill that would need to be done for the driveway and otherwise, and would also fit in with homes in the surrounding area. We're seeking a special exception because because an area of the sewage system would be within the riparian buffer zone, and also a variance if it is needed for the minimum net lot area for an on-site sewage system. So again, I'll get into each of these points, but I wanted to give you an overall view of our proposal and what we're asking for. This evening, I know you have something else on your agenda, so we'll keep things moving, but what I'd like to do is refresh your memory on the basic background to the property, review the environmental features of the property, talk about our proposal for the new single-family dwelling for Mr. Long and his family, and then review the zoning relief that we're requesting. So up on your screen, hopefully, is a GIS aerial image of the property with the property in red. And please stop me at any time if you have any questions or if there is a technical glitch with the presentation. In any event, on your screen is the GIS aerial. This is 140 Hill Church Road. It's in the moderate density residential district, and almost the entire property is within the flood hazard district. I understand that this is actually a recent amendment to the flood map, and that up until a year or two ago, the dwelling, which is there at the front of the property, right along the right of way, had not been encompassed by the flood hazard district. But when maps were changed a couple of years ago, the 100-year flood boundary was changed to almost right beside Hill Church Road. So it does encompass almost this entire 6.6 acre property. Currently on the property, as I said, is the existing single family dwelling that's quite old and in poor condition. There's also a detached garage where my cursor is on the north side of the property. And up until recently, there had been an above ground pool, which Mr. Long has removed. The dwelling has numerous health and safety issues. We'll go through a number of pictures with you. But just to hit some high points, it violates almost every requirement of the flood hazard district. It has a fully enclosed basement where all of the utilities are located. As you are aware, in your flood hazard district, the lowest finished floor has to be elevated at or above the regulatory flood elevation. Not the case with this house. The septic system is in failure. And the pictures that we'll show will give you a good sense of this. Could you just give me confirmation that my screen has changed and you can now see two images of the home?
We see it.
Thank you. So this is photo A is a photo of the front of the home. You can see that it is directly along Hill Church Road. You'll actually see it in a site plan that there is a carve out that the home is actually in the right of way that extends beyond the cartway because it is so close to the road. There have been holes in the roof and water damage because of that. You get a sense of that in photo A. Photo B shows the side profile of the home, and I think this is very helpful so that you can see the grade at the right of way and then the way that the property slopes downward towards the rear. Here you can see, again, the basement is underneath that, the grass line there. It is well within that flood hazard area. Moving to the next page is a side profile of the other side of the house, again, showing the sloping down from the road, fairly gradual. Photo D is a photo of the rear yard. You can see the walkway that goes between the house and the garage. We're oriented looking towards the rear of the property, and you can see how flat it is. I've changed my photos again, and photo E is another photo of the expanse of the backyard, this time looking towards the house. So with the photographer's back to the rear of the property and looking towards the house, again, flat expanse of yard. Photo F is a photo of Stony Run, which is the creek or stream that runs through the rear portion of the property. It may be hard to tell from this picture, but Stony Run actually has quite steep banks, at least on Mr. Long's side of the stream. The banks are about 5 feet high and quite well defined, which means the water has to rise very high before it actually overtops the banks. The next photo, photo G, is a photo of the detached garage. The proposal is for the garage to remain. And then next is a series of photos of the current house. H shows you the rear of the house. The siding has been falling off. There's rotten wood underneath with termite damage. Photo I is a photo of one of the rooms on the first floor. You can actually see that there is a hole that had been made in the ceiling, so a hole between the first and second floor. Throughout the home, Mr. Long has found termite damage, rotten wood, rotten structural members, mold, lead paint. Photo J shows a wall on the first floor, and you can easily see the rotting wood in this photo as well. K and L are both photos of the basement. All of the utilities are there in the basement within the flood hazard area. Photo L is a rotten floor joist. M and N are also photos of the basement. In N, you can see an oil tank. And finally, photo O is one more picture of the basement with a hot water heater. I also mentioned that the on-lot septic system is in complete failure and needs to be replaced. So for all of these reasons, in consultation with his engineer team and housing contractor, it was determined that removing this home and building a new home was the safest thing that could be done for the Long family and also the community at large. Next, on your screen, you'll see an existing conditions plan that shows the locations of the structures on the property that we already talked about, as well as the environmental features. So hopefully my cursor also shows on your screen the areas of wetlands are quite extensive. You can see them covering almost the entire rear of the property, as well as the south side. So they are with the dense black dots. Beside, or rather within the wetlands, is Stony Run. You can see the stream channel there in white. The boundary of the 100-year floodplain is there at the rear, the north rear corner of the lot. So just a small area is outside of the floodplain to the rear. And then you also see the boundary here where my cursor is, right along Hill Church Road. So just a small area at the very front of the property is outside of the floodplain. Beside the wetlands is a defined area of riparian buffer. The riparian buffer, of course, is an area of vegetation that forms a transitional area between wetlands or streams and the rest of the terrestrial ground. So there is a 25-foot wide zone 1 riparian buffer. And this is actually a modification that we did make to the site plan since submitting it to you. Upon a closer reading of your zoning ordinance, we saw that zone 2 is actually defined as within 50 feet of the edge of the wetlands. We had initially read it as 50 feet, we had misread it to require an additional 50 feet of buffer beyond zone 1. But again, a careful reading of the ordinance made us realize that it's a 25-foot zone 1 and then a total of 50 feet from the edge of the wetlands for zone 2. So that's what's defined on this plan. The site, as I've mentioned, is non-conforming in a number of respects. One is it has an existing single-family home within the flood hazard district. And 2, the dwelling is there. You can see actually the bump out where the ultimate right-of-way should be. The home is actually within the ultimate right-of-way. So it is well within the front yard setback of 50 feet. In terms of existing impervious on the lot, we did include that data here on the existing conditions plan. There's a total of 4,166 square feet of impervious on the property currently. The next exhibit is our proposed conditions plan. So once again, you see all of the environmental features that I just went over with you, including the wetlands, this time just easier to see in red. So the proposal is, again, to remove the existing dwelling and to build a new single-family dwelling that would be occupied by Mr. Long and his family. It's shown here on the plan in this beige color with the driveway in purple. The pool has already been removed. Pools are just prohibited in the flood hazard district, so that has been brought into compliance. The new dwelling would be built to comply with every flood proofing and flood safety standard. So under your flood hazard district ordinance, the lowest finished floor, so the lowest living area of a dwelling needs to be at or above the regulatory flood height, regulatory flood elevation. And the regulatory flood elevation is 1.5 feet higher than the base flood elevation. So here, the base flood elevation is at 216 feet. And you can see the measurement here right around the right of way. Right in that area is about 216 feet of elevation. That means the regulatory flood elevation is at 217.5 feet. And we are proposing a lowest finished floor at 222 feet. So this home will be exceedingly safe. There is almost no chance that this home is going to flood anytime soon. It is 4.5 feet above the regulatory flood elevation that's required by the ordinance. There will be no basement. This also complies with your flood ordinance. So under the ordinance, the space below the lowest finished floor can only be used for storage, and it needs to allow for the automatic pass-through of floodwaters, which is how this building will be designed. All of the equipment and utilities associated with the home will be up out of the space below the lowest floor and above the regulatory flood elevation. As I said, we're proposing the dwelling at 40 feet from the right-of-way. This is to decrease the amount of fill and grading that needs to be done, and of course, to bring the property into better compliance than it is now. And we're also proposing a new on-lot septic system. You can see that it's located here south of the home, and Mr. Long has actually already had the property perked and probed and has received a septic permit for a system in this location. So I have just scrolled to the permit that was issued. Now, it was issued back in 2022. As I said, Mr. Long has been working on this project for quite a while. So we believe the permit would need to be reissued, but there shouldn't be any trouble in doing that, as this area of the property has been determined to be the best location. We understand from the township that there had been some questions about what will this look like. You know, when you have a home that meets the regulatory flood elevation, how high is it going to be? Is it going to fit in with the neighborhood? And we have provided this driveway profile to hopefully give the commission a sense of that. So you can see that Hill Church Road is defined here on the right-hand side of the drawing. Hill Church Road is there. And where the driveway would connect to Hill Church Road is at about 217 feet, 217 of elevation. There would then be a slight dip in the driveway. It goes down to about the base flood elevation of 216 before rising back up and connecting with the garage at an elevation of about 219.9, sorry, 219.9, so about 220 feet. So overall, it's about a 3-foot difference from where the driveway would connect to the road to where it would connect with the garage. And the overall length of the driveway going from the edge of the cartway back to the garage door would be 84 feet. So it is a relatively gentle slope that the driveway would follow. The lowest floor, as I said, is at 222, so there would be steps that lead from the garage area to the lowest floor of the home. But again, all of these gradations allow for a gentle blending of the proposed driveway and structure with the existing landscape, while also complying, well, more than complying with the safety requirements of the floodplain. Right. So we did want to also review some of the site calculations for you. There had been some questions about the impervious surface that's being proposed as it relates to the calculation of the lot size when you're in the flood hazard district, which is a little bit different. So going back to our proposed conditions plan, we did include data about the proposed and existing impervious. As I said, existing is at 4,166. We are proposing impervious surface of 6,942. So it's a net increase of 2,776. Not sure how big or small this is on your screen, but those numbers are included here in these tables. And so calculating the percentage of impervious surface in the flood hazard district involves using the net tract area. And the definition of net tract area excludes certain aspects of the property. So it excludes any right-of-way area, sanitary sewer easement, drainage easement, and also 75% of any of the property that's in the flood hazard district. And so because this property, the majority of it is in the floodplain, that reduces the amount of lot area for purposes of the impervious calculation. So when you subtract all of those portions of the lot, we have included the data or the numbers down here at the bottom. The overall tract area comes in at 70,970 square feet, or about 1.62 acres. So the tract looks a lot smaller when you do that calculation, but the proposed impervious is compliant. So in the MR district, you're allowed up to 20% impervious coverage overall and 10% building coverage. We show those numbers here up in the right-hand corner. We do not need any relief related to impervious coverage. We're at 9.7 overall coverage and 5.6 for building coverage. So just wanted to reassure the commission that those were numbers that we looked at. No relief is needed. After meeting with township staff, as I said, we did some additional environmental investigation, including having an environmental consultant to the site to investigate whether there were hydric soils. So I'm scrolling to a letter that was written by Vortex environmental consultants who came to the site, took samples, and concluded that there are no hydric soils within the LOD, or the limit of disturbance. And so the area that Vortex had looked at is here at the end of their letter. It's within this red dotted area, and no hydric soils were found. So that again was in response to a question that the township has had, and hydric soils do not impact this project. Also, as we saw on the site plan, no wetlands are impacted by the area of disturbance. And going back to that proposed conditions plan, It is only the proposed septic system that would be within the riparian buffer area. So again, zone 1 is there in crosshatch. The septic system encroaches into zone 1 and also into zone 2. So this leads us to the zoning relief that I had noted that we're requesting. And just as an easy summary, these 5 items are the items that we're asking for. To place this in context, the flood hazard district does speak to non-conforming structures that exist already in the flood hazard district. So the existing single-family dwelling would be considered an existing permitted non-conforming structure. And the ordinance does allow those structures to continue, be maintained, be repaired, and be flood-proofed. It has been, as I said, Mr. Long's intention all along since purchasing this property to live here with his family. So he, at first, investigated and did what he could to be able to use the structure that is there. But as he peeled back the layers of that structure, it became clear that the best and safest choice is to completely replace it. So were he simply repairing and rebuilding that house, we would submit that he could simply go ahead and do that under the ordinance and continue to use the property for a residential use. But because of the proposal to build a safer, flood compliant structure, new structure, that is why we are here seeking the zoning relief that we're seeking. The other thing to note, I'm not sure how often a flood hazard application comes before the commission, but the criteria for a variance is actually different from the traditional variance criteria that you might see reviewing other applications. You may be aware that the traditional variance criteria requires unique physical circumstances that create an unnecessary hardship that result in the property not being able to strictly comply with the terms of the ordinance. Here, the flood hazard district is a little different. You have to show good and sufficient cause for the variance, that a failure to grant the variance will result in exceptional hardship, that granting the variance will not result in unacceptable increases in flood heights, additional threats to public safety, or extraordinary public expense, and that granting the variance will not create a nuisance, cause fraud on the public, or conflict with other ordinances. So that is the framework. And what we are asking for is a variance for the new construction of the home, as well as the ability to use fill for the driveway and also the grading and the blending of the ground level around the home. We submit that there is good and sufficient cause to grant the variance. We're removing an old non-conforming dwelling with numerous environmental and health hazards, replacing it with a new dwelling that completely complies with all of the flood hazard requirements. Because the entire property is located within the floodplain, any construction or use of this property would require some kind of a variance to enable the property simply to be reasonably used for any purpose. Failure to grant the variance would result in an exceptional hardship to Mr. Long. As we've noted, the existing dwelling is unsafe, and unless new construction is permitted, he won't be able to use this property. Granting the variance will not result in unacceptable or prohibited increases in flood heights. All design and flood-proofing improvements of the new dwelling will significantly improve the overall safety of the site. The proposed dwelling will be designed to resist the 1% annual chance of flood, and granting the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or impair the use of neighboring properties. This is a residential neighborhood with other homes along the same street. Moving to number 3, we've also asked for a variance from the front yard setback if needed. I say if needed because currently we have the location of the existing dwelling is completely within the front yard setback. There is a provision of the ordinance that permits a non-conforming structure to continue and to be altered as long as you're not increasing the nonconformity. Here, we're certainly decreasing it by moving the home back to be 40 feet from the right of way. So to the extent a variance is needed to do that, we submit that the criteria is met. Certainly the property has unique physical circumstances as we've already gone over. And because of these circumstances, the property can be developed in strict compliance with the ordinance. This variance has the added benefit of simply requiring less cutting and filling in order to locate the home where we've proposed. Fourth, by special exception, the zoning ordinance allows a modification to the riparian buffer zone. Or the words of the variance are to reduce strict compliance. In order to prove this, the applicant needs to demonstrate that strict adherence to the riparian buffer provisions will render the lot or tract subject to the application unusable or unsuitable for development in accordance with applicable zoning district regulations, or that alternative design provisions will achieve similar conservation objectives. So the analysis is here that strict adherence to the riparian buffer provisions would render the property unusable. Currently, the property is not served by public sewer, and the existing septic system is failing. Based on the consultation with a sewage consultant, the best location on the property for a septic system has been identified. It's the one that we showed you on the site plan that does encroach into the riparian buffer area. The applicant already did obtain a sewer permit to be able to put the septic system in this area, and there's simply no other viable location. If we go back to the site plan, we've located the septic system here to the south of the dwelling. If we move it further back on the property, we're getting closer to other environmentally sensitive features. On the opposite side and in front of the dwelling is the best possible location for stormwater management facilities. So truly the location of the septic system has to be in the location that we've identified. And the proposed disturbance is the minimum disturbance possible to allow the location of that system. Finally, the last point of relief that we've asked for is a variance, and this is another sort of calculus type of variance. It relates to the minimum net lot area as that area is calculated for an on-site sewage system. And so the ordinance requires a net lot area of 30,000 square feet, but excludes, as you calculate that, any areas of right-of-way, any area within the flood hazard district, and any area comprising wetlands. So for this lot, it diminishes almost the entire area of the lot. The net lot area, when you calculate it for on-lot sewer, is actually just 7,102 square feet. But our position is that this is a property that's been used for residential uses with an existing on-lot septic system, that the septic system itself is an existing non-conforming characteristic of the site that may be continued. And in fact, the ordinance does provide for non-conforming lots that can't meet the contiguous net lot area. And the ordinance, this is section 27-1805.1, states that the lot may be built upon, conditioned upon demonstration of adequate sewage disposal to the code enforcement officer and the Chester County Health Department. So by virtue of being able to get a sewer permit, we believe we've met that requirement, and that we should be permitted to maintain an on-lot septic system. We've asked for a variance to the extent that we need one. I've talked a whole lot and I'm not in the room with you, so I'm sorry if I rolled over any questions that you may have had while I was talking. But certainly I'll stop now. Mr. Long is there in the audience and available, and Ms. Hollenbach is here as well. So we're happy to answer any questions that you might have, listen to any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Can I make some comments? I don't know if it's appropriate or not. Okay. I note that, oh, sorry.
Is that on? Thank you. I note that about 8 feet of fill is being placed around the building and the garage, it looks like. And it looks like the garage is an attached garage to the building. And sometimes it's unavoidable to rebuild a structure in the floodplain, but an occupied space needs to be elevated, but the garage does not. And if the garage were not attached and at the same elevation as the dwelling, then the garage could be placed in the floodplain without being raised. And the structure could be elevated with current methods and standards to elevate a structure without placing so much fill. And a comment was made that no impact is on the flood elevation. This looks like it's zone A, so I'm not sure that there's a model. And I wonder if there's been any hydraulic and hydrologic modeling to confirm that there's been no change, or is that just an estimate? Because this is an estimated floodplain, it looks like. I'm just noting that there are ways to have less fill in the floodplain and replace the structure. Just a comment. Because it's about, looks like about 8 foot of fill.
So was the flood elevation level set by hydrologic studies or?
Well, it looks like it's mapped by FEMA, but it doesn't look like it's in a zone that there might be a model.
So there is no set height. So it was based off of the closest, so they could either run the study or they could go with the closest area that's outside of the floodplain, which is the street there at what, 215, 216, and go 3 foot above that was an acceptable number.
Mr. Long,
without doing
Mr.
the
Long.
HDA study.
could you just come to the mic because the people online can't hear you? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Is this
You
on?
don't have to repeat.
Okay. Yes, that's my understanding. I'm not the engineer. I mean, the
Okay.
engineer came up with the numbers, but my understanding was in lieu of doing the study, the ordinance stated that we could use the height of the current, whatever the closest height is that's not in the floodplain, which is the street there, well, right before the street,
Okay,
and then go 3 foot above that to make sure that we were outside of the floodplain.
and that's a fair way to do it. But I don't think it's possible that your attorney stated that there will be no changes. And I
And
don't
the-
think it's possible to say that without
The
doing
current property, I
analysis.
mean, everything slopes back as it is, and we're filling the front to continue the slope around the house that's there now. So we're just maintaining the same slope you saw the side view of the house where it went from the street and then sloped down. So you were basically stepping 2 steps up into the house, but the basement that was there was a walkout. So essentially it'll be there now where you'll be stepping up maybe 3 steps into the house.
Right.
And then the property will be sloped along the side of the house. And then the non-basement area underneath the house will be at ground level, essentially in the back.
Yeah, I just note that fill will be placed all around the structure to bring the house up. So you're.
To make it look like the house isn't obviously like standing in the middle of a field, yes.
Right, and that increases the amount of fill placed in the floodplain. And current practices are to use other methods to elevate structures when they have to remain in the floodplain without placing fill. So this is specifically asking to place fill in the floodplain
Right, in
more
front of the house.
considerably
yes.
to make the house look like it's not up on stilts. But that's placing fill in the floodplain. I'm curious how much fill is in the floodplain. It looks like it's about 8 feet of fill, so it's a lot. The house could probably be architecturally designed up higher for water to come around and under it without placing fill. And the garage would be able to legally be in the floodplain because it's not an occupied structure. If the garage were not attached to the house, it could be in the floodplain and meet current standards. I just note that it's a lot of fill around the house.
Right,
to bring
yeah,
it
it's
up.
just, like I said, it's just in the front to, you know,
Miss Adams, if,
Yeah.
Being brought in from borrowed site, or are you cutting material on site and moving it?
it would be from somewhere else, yes.
So they'll have testing that it meets the clean fill criteria?
Yes, yeah, I mean, the builder will take care of all that, yes. Yeah, everything we're doing is gonna be up to the current flood standards, you know, as far as constructing the house with the breakaway, you know, windows in the space below the first floor, non-basement. And everything else, just to make sure that it's safe. I mean, the issue is the current house now is literally on the street. It's, the floodplain was moved 6 months after I purchased the property. Well, I was never notified. Luckily, I'm not living in it because I deemed the house unlivable after I finally got possession of it. And I've been living in another house until we could fix this, and then it spiraled from there. So the house, it's not a safe house.
Right.
And then with the floodplain now taking the entire property, it's non-conforming in basically every aspect. And I'm just trying to make it so that it's conforming and safe for me and my family.
so Miss Adams, if I may address, I think part of your comments. When this was reviewed at a staff meeting, one of the recommendations that Mr. Kissinger made was that H&H study. So if this planning commission is inclined to make a recommendation, either way, that would be, I believe, a condition that the zoning hearing board would, or that we would seek to have the zoning hearing board place on any type of approval.
Thank you. That's probably pretty burdensome to the applicant, because I don't think there's an existing model that exists that your engineer could work with.
No, there's not one in that area. No,
Right.
there's not. Because I'd originally, I mean, I hired the engineer years ago and he, you know,
Yeah.
went off of that and just didn't, there was nothing around and it just took a long time.
Right.
But from there, I mean, the floodplain the flood is the issue with the flood would potentially be coming from Stony Run, which is behind me.
Right.
I'm putting the fill in front of me. So I wouldn't be stopping or moving any flowing water that would have potentially been flood water. Right?
Well, no, it's in the floodplain, so it takes up space for where floodwaters go if and when the house were, but no. So not exactly. I think if you could detach the garage from the house, there'd be ways to build the house with less fill. And the garage can be in the floodplain. That's allowed.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
then to that aspect, then I believe I would be looking at a house and I'd have to go up 15 steps to get to the first floor from what
Or a
you would
ramp.
propose to be the
Yeah.
ground floor, and that would just look entirely out of place.
It is awkward. I mean, there's a lot of structures recently that have been elevated. I don't know if you're familiar with Hank's Place down in Chad's Ford. I mean,
No.
that just, yeah, there's a lot of structures because, because of that problem. And our code references building to ASCE 24, 5031B6. And ASCE 24 just this year changed their design standards to recommend that all buildings be built to the 500-year flood because climate change is making things worse and worse, which is why the maps changed. So, just note these things. It's a really tough site.
But you could keep the elevation of the house the same and.
She's proposing keeping the elevation of the house the
Yeah.
same, not filling around it and putting the garage on the base.
Not filling around the house. and having
Yeah,
a ramp
'cause-
that goes up.
Because there's like
Yeah.
8 feet of fill around the house.
I mean, that
build
it
the
wouldn't be
house
as
on.
much in the front because it's 8 foot, but there's already ground there now and it's going to be tapering to the back. So I don't think at any point it would be 8. I mean, it might be 6 and then go down to 5, 4, 3, 2, and then nothing. But it's just to kind of slope the yard around the house and make it, look normal.
It's really hard on a lot by lot basis to say, yeah, this won't have much of an impact. But when you start to look at the bigger picture and people downstream getting flooded, these things start to add up, which is why I'm very cautious.
Right, yeah, I
just in
understand
my
that. I mean, there's
comments.
no house next to me and the Stony Run Road is what's next. And that's,
Mhm.
nobody flooding from me. The water actually backs up from Stony Run in my direction would be how it would come, not the other way around.
Right.
It can't get under Stony Run.
Floodwater would go.
Yeah,
The water flows that way and just can't get under Stony Run.
so my observations.
What kind of septic system was permitted for that location?
Sand mound. Currently a sand mound, yes. Now, in addition to that, we have reached out and we are told that we should be able to actually connect to public sewer at this time. It's not 100% at this, so I mean, we're still seeking the variance on the septic in the event that we can attach.
Do we have on-site well? Or-
It does have an on-site well. It has an on-site well and a failed septic right now, and now we're having a new well put in.
So the township's sanitary sewer engineer needs to confirm whether or not this property is in the 537 plan area. That hasn't been determined, but there is sewer in the street. So hopefully that can
When
be
we
determined
inquired back
soon.
in 21, we were told that we could not, there was no sewer. We showed that there was sewer there, and then they said, well, they're at capacity. Well, we inquired today, and they told us that there is availability for us if we fill out the paperwork now. I mean, that was what my engineer came back with at about noon today from me.
Okay,
But either way, I do have the permit for the on-lot septic system.
got it. So we could go through these one by one, the things you're requesting relief from, and talk about if we have any recommendations for those. So why don't we do that? So the first one is requesting a variance from being able to construct a new single-family dwelling within the flood hazard district. So that's kind of the overall question. From things I heard, it sounds like, you know, thinking about this in the macro scale, if you let everybody do it, then that could create some serious downstream flooding issues. But we understand your issue and where you're coming from. Does anybody have anything to add to this?
Having lived in a house prior to the house I live in now, in a wetland, I understand your plight, so I see the need for, I mean, we built the house where the house was, we live in an area that this happens. But I also see Michelle's point of trying to accommodate as much as we can the issues of the flooding.
The second one is the variance in order to utilize fill to construct the driveway. So it sounds like that we would support the engineer taking another look at what could be possible to reduce the amount of fill. And I mean, maybe it would be better, like from the standpoint of flood proofing, as opposed to aesthetics, to have the elevated home and the steps to get up there, as opposed to the fill just for the aesthetic, to make it look like it fits in and look like.
Well, I
a
mean, one of the
normal
garages
house.
is actually part of the house. I mean, you see the one on the side, but there's another one. It's a right and a left. So the one of them is actually part of the first floor of the house. It's a 2 and 2.
It's hard, we have like little. teams.
I understand. I'm sorry.
What about the structures down in the? Down here,
On the edge, on the far right,
yeah,
it's a 2-car garage. That was shown in the picture.
yeah.
And that's to remain.
That's surrounding, yes.
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah, I replaced the roof on that a few years back and I just had to get some new doors for it and kind of go from there, but.
Okay, any other comments on the fill? Fill for the driveway, fill for the
I
proposed dwelling?
see that maybe the engineers try to finesse that grading to accommodate since it is in the floodplain.
The third one,
What's the driveway currently? Is it like a-
The only driveway is on the two-car garage on the far right. There's not a driveway at the house currently, and it's a gravel on the far right. The one on the far right will remain for property use. I'm not gonna be parking the car down there. I mean, I might have my work truck down there, but like I'm gonna use it. We plan to have like animals and, you know, grow food and stuff like that. So like I need the, you know, the other structure there for that. Otherwise, I would knock it down, but it would be necessary for me to use the property to have the other structure that's far away.
variance to the front yard setback. So you're coming more in compliance, but it's still out of compliance with the zoning ordinance. Any thoughts on that?
The 40 foot instead of the 50 foot.
Correct. But right now it's 5 or 10 feet.
Right, and it's probably even less than that because you're going around the right of way. So it's actually probably -5 feet right now.
Okay.
And we were, you know, the ordinance is 50, we went with 40 just to try and save on some of that fill and bring it in. I mean, if you'd prefer we brought it to 30, I mean, we can work the numbers and bring in less fill. Maybe that's a solution to your fill there, would be to bring it closer to the road. I mean, we obviously don't want to rebuild it, you know, right there at the street. I mean, because that's, you know, insanely non-conforming.
Okay, the next one is the special exception for the sewage system to encroach into the riparian buffer area. Dun, dun, dun.
Right, that one may not even be needed as of, you know, the information that I received today, but in the event that it is.
So, yeah, so like, did you do perk tests around the whole property and that was the area that was the best?
That was the area that the environmental company that I hired to do the perk tests for the health department when they came out, that was the area they determined would be the best place to put it. And then later, obviously now then we're seeing that we're running into the wetland. There's really nothing there, but it's on the real drawings.
Well, did they pick that just because it was the highest ground?
No, it was the best suited soil, and it was obviously the highest ground and not where the house was.
Right.
I mean, because there's currently a house there and it's next to the current sewage system that's there now. There's an in-ground system
Right.
that's failed right next to where we're going to be replacing that essentially and putting the new sand mountain.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll be able to connect to the sewer. That's all I have to say.
I mean, that was our goal originally, but then, like I
Yeah.
said, we couldn't, and now we're being told that we can, so.
Comments on the sewage system? All right, sounds like we have no
But
comments.
yeah, if we need one on lot, I mean, that's the only place for it.
And I've lost track of the final one. Who's got a number 5? Oh, it was for the dimensional, the.
Again, that's what the on-lot
calculation.
sewage system with the square footage is what you're talking about, the 7,000.
Yes.
That's the last one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so it sounds like we would like to send comments to the zoning hearing board. And our comments are that we would support the construction of the new dwelling in the flood hazard district, given the various constraints and the condition of the existing house. Our main concern is with the use of fill, and that we would encourage the applicant to go back with the engineer to see if there's anything that can be done to reduce the use of fill within the floodplain, including potentially detaching the garage from the house and pursuing a new design. Maybe elevating the house on like a stilt system rather than having the basement. And thus eliminating the need for fill around the house or partially eliminating. We are in favor of the variance for the front yard setback since it's coming more into compliance if that variance is needed. And we don't have any comments on the locating of the sewage area within the riparian buffer.
Well, actually, I do. I
Okay.
don't think that's a very good idea. But there are people here that are in engineering, water engineering. President of Green Valleys, what do you all have to say? I mean, I just don't, we're not supposed to put anything in the riparian buffer, and it seems to me putting the sewage there during a flood, or, I mean, the riparian buffer is there because that's draining into the stream. So it doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
One thing I would just call to attention is that the encroachment into the riparian buffer is actually permitted by special exception. So it's a use that is permitted, but requires an extra layer of review by the zoning hearing board and the planning commission to ensure that the applicant is doing the least amount of encroachment in the most appropriate way.
Michelle, were you gonna say something?
I can't remember what it was, so it must have been important. I am empathetic to this parcel and wanting to build a home there. I have to agree with you, Elaine, that it slips away, it's death by 1,000 paper cuts when we don't respect our environmental setbacks and our requirements. I'm very cautious about that. And I also, on point 2, the variance about the fill specifically says in order to utilize fill to construct the driveway for the proposed dwelling. And since the fill is to elevate the house, I think that wording is disingenuous and should be revised. It's to construct the dwelling, not the drive.
I'm sorry about that. This was I'll ensure that I'm clear about that. This was sort of my summary page. No, thank you. And I take that point.
So,
There's no other location. In the event that we need the on-lot septic,
I don't know how far it is into the riparian buffer. Is it like?
there's maybe, I don't know, 10 feet on the left side, on the left side.
10 feet in
It
one
would have to go
direction or
closer
the other?
to the house in that instance. I don't know. I didn't design that. I'm sorry.
so maybe when the engineer's looking at the fill, they could also look at the location of the septic system. It seems like things have changed since the designer was out to look at locations. And so maybe now that they know that this is in the riparian buffer, maybe they'd have something different to say about where the best location is. I'm not sure.
Right.
And so maybe taking another look at that and then advising the zoning hearing board just to be cautious about that. I don't know how many variances or special exceptions they've given in the past, especially along the Stony Run, because it is cumulative. So we can say that, and maybe that we
Yeah, I mean, this
also,
study runs about 300 feet back on the property.
right. But I mean, all of the neighbors who are located along the Stony Run in our community, like, have there been other variances or special exceptions given to allow septic systems, because it's a cumulative impact on the creek? So, and then also maybe to encourage the township to allow them to connect to the public sewer.
Yeah, like I said, we reached back out again because originally we were denied due to capacity, but they told us that there is room today, and they said to send the paperwork in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll be doing that. And that should eliminate, half of the issues here. So including your riparian buffer and,
Right.
the lot size for the on-lot septic. I mean, I would prefer to connect. I mean, that was my original plan. But I mean, there's literally a manhole out front of the house that says sewer. So, I mean,
Is there public water in the street there?
there's a fire hydrant across the street. So,
Okay.
That's a good
That would
point.
be
Yeah.
preferred.
That's a good
So
point.
connecting to public water too would be our preference if you do the sewer, that it's sewer and water. Okay. Did we get that? So I would like to make that motion that we send those comments to the zoning hearing board.
One second.
All in favor? Wait, hold on. Public comment.
Yeah.
there's a lot of people here. I mean, they're
All
not
right.
really here for this, but they're here.
They're not, yeah. You got a big audience.
Sorry, guys. Thank you. 9 years, 9 years.
Sure, come on up, please.
I'm just curious as to what makes it so difficult to have a definitive answer about whether or not public sewer is accessible to him. It seems like that's one of the sticking points and ought to be one of the questions most easily answered.
Yeah, so the 537 plan shows where our future sewer system extents will be. So it's kind of like a limit to growth, because where the sewer is, that's where you can have denser development. And I know that there have been issues with the 537 plan and showing things that shouldn't have been in it that were in it. So yeah, I'm not sure where the question is.
I think it's a relatively new question that was posed to the township's sanitary sewer engineer. The prior sanitary sewer engineer may have opined on this, or Alex before she left HRG. But Bill, according to the email that we got today, just hadn't made that determination yet. That's all.
Got it. Come on up, please.
Monica Scriver, Valley Creek Lane. I'm part of the Environmental Advisory Group, and we are working our rear ends off on trying to get some sort of a monitoring program together to protect our Stony Run. When we have ordinances in place that protect our floodplains, period. It says you can't. And this is an unfortunate event. It is unfortunate for this homeowner. But I think it's imperative that as decision makers in our township, you really think long and hard about what you're going to allow as a variance in our protected areas in this township. We already have stormwater management issues. We have water issues. Our water is impaired. Please think.
Stony Run is impaired.
Yes, Stony Run is impaired. So please think really hard about what you're about to suggest or advise when you're thinking about our environment, please.
And this is another thing that goes back to our ordinances, because some floodplain ordinances say no variances will be permitted and ours does not. So just a note. Okay, any other public comment? All in favor? Aye, okay. Nay. Oh. One nay.
Ron, you're out. You can stick around for the next one, though, right? Well, if you want to, yeah.
Yeah, we're not kicking you out.
We're not kicking you out.
Okay. Do you want to make any comments about your?
No.
Okay.
I just think the points about the Stony Run being impaired has been a long going discussion, and while I share the sentiments that it's very unfortunate for the homeowner, and the fact that the floodplains changed after he owned it, it seems very unfair. But at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that the water is impaired. So I don't know if there's another solution there somehow, but just pushing it through doesn't really solve that
I don't
problem.
think it's pushing it through. You have to also consider the homeowner and, you know, the predicament he's in. You have to abandon his property.
I mean, there's a house there now. I mean, the house was, brought into the floodplain. I mean, if there was no house there, I would completely agree with you and say, don't let me build one, but there's a livable house. I mean, an unlivable house there currently now, but it should be livable. I mean, my plan when I bought the property was to move into it. I mean, when I bought it in 17, I was homeless for a month because I'd sold my other house and planned to live in this one and had to rent rooms off of a friend to live in until I could buy another house because I couldn't live in this. And that's where I've been living since then.
All right. The motion has been passed, so we're gonna move on. Thank you for being here. Yes. Sure. We're gonna take a couple minutes break, so if anybody needs to use the bathroom or get a drink, go for it.
Really? Up on the hill next to the studios because Ida happened.
But again, that's be interesting
And
to
they
hear
got
that even in this
so
context, but
completely
it's
flooded, it didn't make sense to rebuild in that location. Kill flash floods happening, so I'm kind of a pain in the ass about filling the flood.
We'll have to pass it between us.
When I live on a wet site, it doesn't work. It's full of wetlands. I used to get like anxiety.
All right. That was the gavel. All right. So next on our ordinance or on our agenda, I'm already tired, is reviewing the next iteration of the data center ordinance. So we reviewed this at our meeting 2 weeks ago, and we heard a lot of comments from the public. Some of the planning commission members got a chance to voice their comments in the meeting, and some did not, because we prioritized public comment, so people didn't have to stay until all hours of the night. And so planning commission members sent comments to our solicitor, who incorporated those comments, as well as some additional changes from the experts that we've contracted with to help with this. And so I'd like to turn it over to our solicitor to describe at a high level some of the things that changed since the last iteration of the ordinance and where those came from.
Thank you very much. Most of the changes outside of noise came from this planning commission and the different members. There were some things that were questions. There weren't really tied to any particular amendment or revision. I tried to answer those questions as best I could too in a kind of Q&A document that was sent to all the planning commission members. At a very high level, the thing that changed most again is noise. We had a conversation with a noise expert who is online this evening and will provide a brief presentation after we're done going through some of the changes. But the long and the short of it is, after hearing a lot of public comment about noise, we went back to kind of an original thought that we had, which was to use the ambient noise level as kind of the baseline, so that the applicant or if there were a data center proposed, the noise level would have to stay at ambient within 3 decibels, which is imperceivable to the human ear in terms of change. In the alternative, sure. So there's a couple of definitional changes that just have a daytime ambient sound and a nighttime ambient sound. Those are on page 6. And then going beyond that to the actual sound provisions, those are on page 11. We simplified to require a class 1 meter. And those are an ANSI standard meter. It's the best meter you can get in terms of measurable sound. And then have the decibel levels at 45 dBA or daytime ambient plus 3 dBA, whichever is greater. And again, the reason for the whichever is greater is because you can't lower the ambient noise. If it's out there, it's out there. Same thing with nighttime 40 dBA or nighttime ambient plus 3, whichever is greater. So those are the things that we did change that were most significant. In addition, we had the other most significant changes with respect to the buffer. That buffer is now at 100 feet instead of the 50 feet that was there before. That's on page 8. And then there are corresponding changes to that with respect to parking setbacks, idling setbacks, and what have you on page 9. The other change on page 8 is with respect to height. The height was initially proposed at 100. Well, the original ordinance was 90 feet. We dropped that to 60 feet, and now it is at 50 feet in this proposed version of the ordinance. So in short, the rest of the changes are really about cleaning up some definitions, making sure uses are uses and equipment is equipment. And then lastly, we did at the request of a board member, supervisor, identify some specific sound professional groups that could be used for standards. And then at the request of, I believe, East Vincent Advocacy to prohibit anaerobic digesters specifically from the definition of renewable energy sources. So at a very high level, that's where we are. I believe the next thing that we would like to do, or that would be appropriate rather, is to have the professionals kind of provide some comments with respect to their particular provisions. I should mention the other, I guess, most significant change is on page 16, which is the forest protections that were put into the ordinance. I know that this board is very much looking forward to being able to address chapter 15, which is the natural resource conservation standards. This acts somewhat as a placeholder, but allows for additional protections, at least at this point in time. So I believe online we have the arborist, or maybe perhaps not yet. We do have our sound professional. Roger can speak to some of the bulk and dimensional criteria. And then Michelle, of course, with respect to some of the stormwater issues and other issues.
Joe, I would ask if we could go to Ahmed for the sound first. I believe he's sitting in an airport somewhere. So,
All right.
Ahmed, if you're on there.
Yeah, I'm good.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, again, just introduce myself. I work for GFT. I've been in the noise profession for over 25 years. I've had discussion with regards to the ordinance with the solicitor. We have discussed the WHO standards and the ambient sound level. As he mentioned, we feel that it's important to establish the ambient sound level, the background sound level, because this will be the limit below which we cannot really ask any applicant to reduce the sound. We have discussed that the measurement, will be done over, to establish the ambient sound level, you need to do it over 24 hours. Most of the class 1 type 1 sound level meter are able to go down to 20 hertz and all the way to 1620 kilohertz, which is 20,000 hertz. So it's really kind of basically you're able to measure the whole spectrum of frequency. We have discussed the notion that this is not an average. This is really an energy average because sound is on a log scale. So basically you give more weight to the higher event. The measurement will basically kind of take into account all what's going on in the background. You have the ability, whoever will do the study, to eliminate some of the, I would say, non-background, construction or anything to really establish the ambient sound level. There is also a different way once you have the data collected over a long period of time, and the reason for the long period of time is to take all the variables out, is basically you can establish the background by looking at the data and saying that the background data is what's really exceeded 90% of the time. That will be the method. There are different ways, basically, kind of to summarize, is to go to the ambient. So far, what's in the ordinance really kind of is in sync with the discussion that we had earlier this week. I think the only comment would be that I think there is in the weather, the wind need to be below 12 mile per hour, not 15. That I would say the only comment beyond, if it's too windy or above 12 mile per hour, then the data is contaminated and you're getting more wind noise than actual background noise. Again, the WHO standards are more guidance. The real measurement for really to do any study, and I've worked with different townships, is to establish your ambient sound level to know really where we're starting. So again, that's kind of like a general overview. Again, if there is any specific question, I can answer.
You might have said this, but so there were in the previous version of the ordinance specific standards for pure tone, cyclically varying sound, repetitive impulse sound, and then impulse sounds and ultrasound frequencies. And so those got taken out and now seem to be encapsulated within sort of like in any noise category. So can you talk about that and where that recommendation came from?
Yeah, typically specifically with data center, it's anything above 20 kilohertz, 20,000 hertz are really typically data center are not really emitting sound level in this range. So the idea that we discussed earlier is the standard of 40 and 45 and the previous version that had 65 and 60 were really more like an A-weighted sound level over a period of time. You're compressing all the frequency into one number. What we are proposing is really to measure by frequency and have reading when you do establish, so you're not, you will get all the tones basically. So the background noise that we're saying you need to measure will include, again, a 10 hertz, 20 hertz, 25 hertz, all the ranges up to the 16 kilohertz, 20 kilohertz. And by this, then you know all the frequency and you're not excluding anything. You will have what is typically associated with data center is the low hum noise. So we will be able to establish what's the ambient background and compare this to, or at least as an applicant, really you cannot exceed this level.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah.
So did you just say that, because that, oh, no. sorry. Now I forgot my question. No. So did you just say that you'll be monitoring all those ultrasounds and the other ones when you do the ambient sounds too?
Yes, the noise meters can go from, we have like what we call type 1, really high end. We can go down to 10 hertz all the way to 20 kilohertz by third octave band. So we will be able to provide the data for the duration of the measurement, and we can split it. We have discussed this, that we will split it also daytime versus nighttime, but we'll be able to collect all the data for all the but basically most of the sound meter in the market, we will not be able to capture anything 20 kilohertz and above. And I mean, just to be frank, so you'll get everything between 20 and 20 kilohertz, 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz.
So we had someone in the audience last time, Reverend, I'm sorry, I don't get her name. Well, it doesn't matter. She was an environmental scientist, and she gave a beautiful exposition of what would happen to the animals and the insects and the birds at certain high frequencies that humans can't hear. And so I just want to make sure that that's going to be covered in the ordinance. I'm not familiar with all these words, and so I don't know if it's saying that in the ordinance or not. But because you crossed out the ultrasound and the infrasound, I just got concerned.
I don't think we crossed. We're basically saying, and again, with the noise meter we're going to capture all the frequency that we can capture within the sound meter that's available in the market. And I can tell you, this is like really high end, very expensive. This is beyond this. Most of the research that will go beyond this will be more lab equipment than actual available in the field. And we have 6 meters of these. And we can rent more if we need to, but we're capturing everything out that we are able to capture. I'm not going to ignore, or, again, future applicants will, if they use type 1 sound level meter, and we specify the range of frequencies they can get, they should be able to produce the same data as the township intends or requests.
But in the zoning ordinance, suppose that you detect when you actually are monitoring the data center, that you detect these high ultrasounds or infrasounds, So I understand that the instruments can detect them, but there's nothing that specifically says that you can't go, say, less than 2 kilohertz. And I have it all written down here. I don't want to read the numbers, but you hear what I'm saying.
Briefly address that.
Yes, please.
That will go
No,
back to the previous study that we've discussed doing the ambient sounds. So we will have the entire spectrum of sound in data when we do the ambient
Right.
sounds. Any monitoring that's done going forward can be compared to that, and they need to meet what the ambient spectrum was
Okay, so that-
from all frequencies,
from
not
all frequencies.
just here and there, or the way it was written before, it was compressed into one number.
So it's all measurable frequencies.
All measurable frequencies.
Yes, yes.
Will be
And-
addressed at ambient and at monitoring post-construction.
And so this is worded so that they stay within those guidelines. then,
Yes,
The ambient.
I believe so,
with
yes.
All frequencies and,
Yes.
okay, I just want to make sure of that because.
So that addresses the environmental impact it would have on birds and like we're measuring so that it won't.
We're
affect-
we're measuring to where whatever ambient is today,
Uh-huh.
that's their threshold. So if the ambient noise today is chasing the deer away, it will chase the deer away post-construction. You know what I'm saying? It's
Okay.
going to be the same.
So
as
they're
it
setting
is
the
today.
baseline
Yes.
of that's what the ambient of
Correct.
with, is there a lot of construction happening with the around that area with the water?
That's excluded. That's excluded.
We're not doing this test tomorrow. Man. It's not scheduled yet.
To
It would be after that would be over. We haven't fully discussed. We need to do it before there's actual snow on the ground. So it'll be somewhere between now and when we expect snow. And it's up to the board to tell us when to get going.
So
just to answer, if I may say, just what we're trying to get with is basically this is the baseline. This what's out there for the duration that we're going to go out to measure at 5 different locations around the site. So basically, you're saying this is what we've measured. The reason for the long period of time is to take all the variable. You have a downwind day, upwind day, different temperature. This should establish with a 2-week period, really kind of a good baseline of what's going on right now when we go out and take measurement. And then the 3 decibel, really it's more for allowance for any variability, but an average human being cannot really detect 2 to 3 decibel.
we're going to do finished planning commission questions for the sound expert, then we'll do public questions for the sound expert. Any other questions from the commission? Related to sound. Okay, all right, come on up. Please come to the microphone.
There's a lot of wildlife that came here. Let's just
Could you-
side note.
could you
I don't know
just-
if you guys have been on the Schuylkill. There's a lot of eagles that are back.
Can you tell us your name and where you live?
I am Megan Swavely. My
Thank you.
house borders the property where the Indy Trail is. I can hear the people screaming at Penhurst. I am that close. So I've lived there for 14 years. I am a big waterway and a person, and I'm on the Indy Trail. There is a lot of wildlife that has come back. Now, this is all speculation. This is all a proposal. I hear a lot of shoulds. But when this actually does go into plan, who is monitoring this? Is it someone that's being hired by these companies? And who are they going to report to? And what if they are not within compliance with what they're saying is going to be the proposed thing? Is there a penalty? Is it a fine? Or are they going to stop these machines?
So let's answer this question, but for the future, this is, right now we're doing questions just for the sound expert because he's in the airport and has to go. So
All right.
let's answer this question. That might be a Bob answering.
Sure.
Yeah.
The township would be the one that I would recommend to monitor this. We would hire a firm that does not work for any
Part of any of
private,
these?
private companies.
Yeah.
That they would only have worked for public
Yeah.
agencies so that they have no relationship with the private businesses and they report directly to the township.
Okay, and that'll be, people will hear that, that'll be announced in any of the meetings.
Oh, yeah, and that
Okay.
will be an agreement in the contract that would be made up, and that would be something that would be worked into an agreement too as well.
Yes.
With this developer, that this is the terms and conditions that we're going to
Okay.
require.
And what if they're not
Then there will
compliant?
be penalties that I'll work with the solicitor on. Which
Is
I
it
would,
money
which
or
I
is
would,
it stopping it?
I would recommend that we may see different sides here.
Yeah.
One is I think there'd be financial, but also two is if you don't comply, you actually shut your business down.
It's both. It's both.
Until you come to both.
Because money means nothing to these big companies.
True.
But this is our home.
Absolutely. And,
So,
I would
and these are
recommend-
the veterans. And as someone who's familiar with the Veteran Center, I see the glass windows. I'm there several times a week. They're thin windows. They can hear this stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Question specifically for the sound expert. Green shirt. Come on down.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I actually live in Collegeville, but my parents live on the border of Penhurst on King Street in Spring City. So my question is to the sound expert, the near universally used noise ordinance measure of dBA does not really capture the low frequency data center noise, which is why C-weighted DBC measurement is essential. I'm just curious whether or not if that will be part of the ambient noise that is captured, but also what we're going to be using to monitor. And it should also be included to the ordinance, not just DBC. But I'd like to hear from the expert about that in particular, because I feel like that is a more accurate measurement. It actually measures that low frequency hum. DBC does not, or DBA, excuse me, does not.
Yeah, we've discussed this actually this week, that the A weighting really try to basically kind of mimic human hearing. So we've discussed that the measurement will have a component what we call unweighted. So there is no weighting applied, not specifically A or C, no weighting applied. And then the A weighting and C weighting are basically addition in the different frequency. And that's, again, goes back to what we discussed earlier. The goal here is the frequency, because you will, as you mentioned, the hum, all the frequency, we will be able to measure them in as unweighted and then apply the C weighting or A weighting as needed. And I think that's also a difference from the previous ordinance where it had an A weighting. The way we're moving with the ambient sound level, we're saying this is what's out there. There is no reference to A weighting in the ordinance currently.
Is there any way that you folks would consider adding to the ordinance the DBC level as opposed to just the DBC or DBA?
Well, I think he said that that's what he was going to do. That was my question
No,
also.
that just measures the ambient noise. It's just holding them accountable after the fact.
Well, he was saying they were going to measure the frequencies too.
What I'm saying is that it should be part of the ordinance.
Well,
and
I
if they
said
do
that
not meet
also,
that-
but what I understood, and I might have understood it wrong, so I will say what I understood, and so hopefully I will be told whether I understood it correctly or not, that they were going to measure the frequencies, like the ultrasound frequencies and the infrasound frequencies in the ambient noise study, not just the decibels. And then that anything that what's in the ordinance is that when they're monitoring it, you have to stay within those ambient sound levels, not just the dBAs, but the frequencies too. That's what I understood the answer was. Did I understand correctly?
I think I heard the same thing, but I don't think it explicitly says that.
It
in the
doesn't
ordinance.
explicitly say it
Yeah.
in the ordinance.
So,
And so I agree, maybe it should say, and we're going to stay within those ambient noises for the future.
I think that
I've
makes
never
sense.
heard of DBC. I don't totally know what DBA is. So you seem like you might know. So why do you think that it's important to include both?
The DBC level, well, actually, I feel like we should be asking the expert here because I am just an oncology nurse. So, but I mean, according to the very brief research that I looked at, it actually captures the low frequency base component of data center noise. And it's a low frequency, loud, like it captures that piece as opposed to just dBA, which is what we is a higher
And
frequency.
again,
But I'd like to hear from the expert. Yeah.
if I can paraphrase what Ahmed said, was that would be part of the calculations that would be done during the monitoring phase to pick that up. And again, we refer back to the baseline that's done with the ambient testing. And Ahmed, correct me if I'm wrong, if I said that incorrect, or is.
No, you're correct. The whole C weighting basically capture low frequency. We use them around trucks, stuff that you usually in the low frequency. What we're suggesting is to get what we call unweighted Z, not C, Z weighting, which is none of the different frequency is unweighted, and then we need to see the data first and then apply the correction to get C weighting or A weighting. The A weighting, just in general, just you're basically trying to capture all the sound and compress it into a number that's typically what human would hear. We don't hear the low frequency, we don't hear all the high frequency as human. So the A weighting represent more what we're typically listen to. The C weighting basically gives more emphasis to the low frequency. What we're trying to measure is really no weighting, the data raw as it comes from the field at the different frequency. And then for each frequency, we can apply C or A weighting just to know where we are.
I think that's a great idea, in my opinion. And there is a study that I'm happy to email to you guys. It's data centers in Virginia, which has the highest amount of data centers in the state and United States, actually. I'm happy to email it to you, and it actually explains DBC levels as well as what's an acceptable range to hear as ambient noise before, a data center is actually put in.
Sure, feel free to email it. I think that my understanding of the sound expert is that we're collecting all the sounds, and the A is the unweighted measurement. Is that
No,
right?
Z is unweighted.
Is unweighted, and so
Z as Z zebra.
is for people, and
Yeah.
wait, who is C weighting for?
It's more low frequency. You amplify to get the low frequency.
Who hears low frequency?
The low hum, some people, the humming noise that's typical with data center could be captured by the C weighting. It's some animals hear the C weighting because it's on the lower frequencies at 20, 30, 50 hertz.
But the A would also.
We as human,
correct?
Yeah, but the A apply correction to up the level, increase the low frequency, and compress these numbers for us to be able to come to a measurable number, like something that we can reference.
So Ahmed, we kind of went through this in great detail together. And one of the things that we were struggling with is the fact that the WHO standards really don't apply. When you have the ambient sound level, it's almost superfluous. You could almost just take it out of the ordinance altogether and just measure ambient sound level because of the different weighting and what have you. And even the way that the WHO in Europe measures sound is different than the United States measures sounds for dBA. They do dBA-L, which is a little bit different. So, that's one of the things that we discussed, but then also understanding that the public was very concerned about noise, we left in those numbers when it came to the WHO recommendations for daytime and nighttime sounds. So maybe it's better just take them out at this point and just say go with ambient. And then we bootstrapped it on the low end with any discernible vibration felt at the property line as well, which some of those lower frequencies would be more felt than heard, if you will, by people.
Yes, and that's correct. And again, I live in Virginia. I live near all the data centers, so I'm aware of what's going on and how they're growing and what mitigation. And again, that's why I was saying the unweighting would be the ambient sound level. You need to establish the ambient sound level, and basically all applicant in the future cannot go below this limit. That's ambient, and whatever mitigation they apply, either enclosure, noise barrier, whatever, cannot go below this level for all the frequency that were measured.
Thank you.
That's it.
So the question specifically for the sound expert, Steve.
Hi, Steve Hacker, 881 Brown Drive. I do have a question for the sound guy, although just to follow up with the wildlife, I have a night vision camera. There is so much wildlife right now. And if that gets driven out of Penhurst, they are going to be all over the roads and in contact with people too. Heard a hoot owl for the first time in years the other night. Anyway, for the sound guy, I want to really emphasize something that has come up. This is a construction zone right now. It is a heavy construction zone right now, and it's not going to be over before the first snowfall. I can guarantee that. The water company has been building for about 2 years now. Heavy, big dump trucks on a daily basis, sometimes on the weekends too. So I know he said that you can filter out construction noise, and somebody asked if there's a lot of construction going on now. I just want to emphasize there is heavy construction going on right now, and will be for, I don't know, another 2 years. I don't know.
We're absolutely aware of it.
Okay, so I mean, we don't want to have a false higher ambient level because of what's happening right now, which hopefully will
Correct.
end at some point.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Okay, thanks.
Whatever they decide on the ambient level, it should, I don't know, like not in the ordinance, but it should be written somewhere. And maybe if experts could say, well, that's too high or whatever, you know what I mean? Like something like just to monitor it like somehow.
I agree. And
Yeah.
in fact, I was just going to give an example, like I looked it up, researched it, and it says that that for insects and pollinators, say, they have less than 2 kHz vibrations, okay? Or so it's in all these different, you were mentioning them too. Then there's minimized tones near 1 to 8 kHz. So we just have the dB, the decibel level written in the ordinance. So we either have to say, well, we have to write somewhere in the ordinance that we're going to stay within the ambient sound, all sounds, or actually list the different kilohertz or megahertz and hertz is.
So great point. And
Yeah.
to your point, that's what we did in the first part of D1, the maximum decibel level for any noise measurable with a class 1 sound meter. So any measurable noise, any frequency, 20 down to 10 according to, or 20,000 down to 10 according to Ahmed, would be measured unweighted. And we look at each one of those bands and determine what the ambient sound is.
But then A and B just give the decibel.
Same thing. That's the loudness, not the frequency.
Right.
So whatever the ambient background
For
noise
anything,
is
but-
for
but-
anything, right?
Okay.
And actually, what I think again, after having spoken to Ahmed about this a bunch of times, probably should take out the decibel levels and just say don't go above ambient.
That's right. That's what I.
Yeah, and that's correct. And the 1 to 8 kilohertz or 1, 2, 4, 8 kilohertz, if the number, when we go out and measure, let's say the 2 kilohertz and it's 52 decibel. Again, when you measure at a certain frequency, the number will be a decibel, something decibel. So let's say 52 decibel. The applicant, we cannot tell the applicant you need to be at 40 or 45. They cannot go and eliminate, and again, taking into account that construction and all of this is filtered out, and we have the tool to filter this out. But by establishing the baseline this will be kind of, you cannot go below this number, and we look at the data and we are able to collect the data every hour. So we can see the data every hour. Even when we're looking at daytime between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., we will have an entry at 7 a.m., 8 a.m. We can even go down to half an hour. It's just when we create more data, it takes more time to analyze.
I do have an additional question for Ahmed. Ahmed, this is Sarah again. I wanted to ask you, because you live in Virginia and you do live relatively close to several data centers, with your ordinances in your area, do the data centers have an ordinance that says that they should not be located within a 2.5-mile radius of sensitive facilities, such as schools, healthcare facilities, etc.? Because that is commonly a ordinance. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in my opinion, I live in Loudoun County where all the data center, I don't think they had a noise ordinance before all the data centers were constructed. So I think the Loudoun County is not specific. I think the township here is really taking steps to try to get ahead of the situation, but I can't say I know on top of my head that there is a specific. I think it was very vague, what the Loudoun County had. There are efforts right now to regulate it more and update the noise ordinance and come with certain criteria, but that's kind of more because there are so many data centers right now in Loudoun County.
Questions for the sound expert in the gray shirt, glasses? Yes. You can, anybody with a question for the sound expert can just line up in front of the microphone.
Alex Ricaro, I live on Ellis Woods Road. My question is about the seasonality of the sound, because I know in the dead of winter it's way quieter than in summertime when you have crickets and cicadas and that kind of thing. So how are you incorporating the seasonality of noise into when you're actually taking these measurements, because it changes quite a bit throughout the year?
Yeah, the only way around it is to really keep measuring year round, which is not really feasible. I think what we are allowing with the big thing that affects, even with if we do it right now, before the snow, because snow acts as absorb sound, and before the ground is too solid or because it will act as reflective, the best you could do right now is just go out and take the measurement, and then for a longer period of time, and then the 3 dB that we discussed with the solicitor is giving us this kind of variability to adjust for seasonality when things come up. But in order to tell you I'm 100% sure that it's not going to be 50, I would be lying, because there are variables, and that's why you try to do a longer period of time. The only way is just to keep measuring year round, which is not feasible.
Why do you say that's not feasible?
Because you need to have the noise meter, basically active noise monitoring for the whole time to be able to know what the sound level is.
Well, if you went out 4 times a year, once a season.
And again, yes, it's doable to update, get reading to see if it's different. Then it's doable. But I was thinking more like, just putting a noise meter out there for a whole year at 5 different locations.
What he means by not feasible is just cost when you talk about doing this in a
Yes.
So why are you not designing it to be out there at the quietest time of the year?
Because we don't know what the quietest time of the year is without testing.
You don't have any kind of studies of, sound science of when the quietest time of the year is?
It's different wherever you are.
Yes. The background sound is different in different area. And again, parks are different than neighborhood. there are guidelines, there are numbers, but that's why we're saying typically this season where we are, the fall season is kind of one of the quietest. It gets cold, people are inside, there is no outdoor activity. That is considered one of the quietest season. And again, you could say the winter might be even better, but if there are snow on the ground or the ground is very hard, then you're amplifying the sound, which defy the idea of trying to establish a reasonable background sound level or an ambient sound level. So this is the time to do it.
When the ambient sound level will be determined isn't part of the ordinance. So that's not something that we're reviewing right now. That's something to take up with the township. Thanks for your comment.
My name's Tom. I'm Old Schuylkill Road. I live pretty close to the power plant. It's about 70 decibels. I can hear it at night, depending on the wind direction. I do have a question about on page 11, number 3, excluded from the foregoing are the generators and the backup power systems. Now, I'll get to where I'm talking about sound with this. The sound, do you have a baseline for the sound of the types of generators that would be used in this data center?
No.
No.
We wouldn't know until there was a user.
Right. So, these data centers are all over the country, but we can't get any data on the sound that these generators are outputting. The other question I have is generators, other backup power systems in operations during periods of emergency power due to power outages. That's where I have a problem, because how these companies define a power outage and how PICO would define a regular power outage is the power is completely cut off. These data centers have power surge times where they're going to use their backup power, and they would say that it's a power outage due to high demand. And we're talking about, supper time or after the kids are done and they're playing on whatever they're playing on that's consuming all this data. There's going to be surge power demand on that data center. Those backup generators are going to kick on. They just will. So I'm asking you guys to spell that out as for the definition of a power outage, because I guarantee you these companies have a different definition of that.
Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to the gentleman's point, I think you'd want it almost tested when it's as quiet as can be, because that sets as the baseline that they cannot exceed. So I think you'd want to have it as quiet as can be, so that, and that's with nothing there. That's just my opinion. I'd rather have it set that low.
No, you're good. I had a question for the sound expert. So the 40 decibel reading, or I guess even the daytime reading, would it be, since we know the Veterans Center is the tallest building in that area, would it be important to measure sound inside the Veterans Center to establish a baseline there as well? I know we're doing the different points throughout the perimeter. And then would it also be important to measure sound at some of the neighboring properties, just to make sure that we have a baseline there, and then we would collect samples in those areas to make sure that we're not exceeding, because noise can travel. So I'm worried that maybe you would get a reverberation and you would have increased noise levels outside of what you're measuring in the perimeter.
I don't think we discussed inside the Veteran Center. That's something that didn't come in the discussion. So again, I can't answer to this. And
I can address that, Ahmed. I think if you started testing inside the Veteran Center, you would be testing other noise sources. So it wouldn't necessarily be ambient from the outside. You would have everything that's inside those centers that would generate.
You can still get a baseline. I mean, just to have a baseline. I mean, I know what you're saying.
It would be a number, but we don't know if that number is caused by an external impact to that, or it's the internal natural sound of the building.
Right.
Per se.
And what was, I know we talked about the real-time monitoring, but I mean, I know we do real-time monitoring where I work in an industrial setting for temperature, noise, and we track it on a dashboard. It's easy. You can use AI to do it. And it would, it continues to monitor blips where we have increases, and then you could go and sort of try to figure out based on those blips, maybe what was the cause or how long. So I think that's something that we should definitely consider.
Yeah, that's very similar to what the noise monitoring will take place out there when we do that.
But it's not continuous, though. You know what I mean?
It's not continuous. I mean, what is typically what we do?
It's the difference. I am aware of the dashboard. We've used it on construction project. We're getting the same data, but instead of it being uploaded to the cloud instantly, because you're basically connected to a modem, we're collecting the same amount of data. So we will have from 12 a.m. until 12 a.m. next day for 2 weeks of data for each unit, for each frequency. So we're not losing the data. We can post-process the data once we have it, but it's the same data. We're not missing any data. The only difference, it's not, and again, that's a different discussion of the way of measurement. What we're proposing is to collect the data. The difference is we're not uploading it to a cloud instantly as the data is collected.
Okay, and then I had a question on page 27. So I don't know if in your experience, so it says the as-built sound and vibration study would be conducted 6 months after the certificate of occupancy is issued for each of the different buildings within the complex. Is 6 months standard, or would my concern is if we measure that 6 months after it's built, then you have potentially 6 months of elevated noise that you are not aware of.
I did not discuss this with Joseph, and he might.
Maybe that's not yet. Sorry, it may not be you.
Yeah, what we did is took a look to see how long it would perhaps take to get one of these fully occupied and up and running, just one particular building. That's why we chose 6 months. And then monitoring after that up to once every 6 months. So there isn't the continuous monitoring, so to speak, but it is monitored continuously.
Okay, and then the point A underneath that. So when we talk about if there is, say you do that 6 month reading and there is a elevated level, I think we should put in a specific timeline that we're asking, or we're requiring the developer to address the deficiency. So that way, because there's nothing here. So like my concern is, say they measure it at 50 dB or something at night, and then how long is that going to take the developer to essentially, I don't know if it's possible to require them to, if they cannot immediately, say it's 15 days or something, if they can't address the deficiency within 15 days, they can certainly power down parts of that data center until they meet the required threshold. And that would give them a little bit more oomph to want to comply from the get-go. So I think there needs to be something in there, a specific timeline that we would be giving them to get back into compliance. That's it. Thank you.
Brian Dodonis from Spring City. Couple questions. One is, we're talking about monitoring. What is the typical cost of monitoring for these noise?
Our current proposal that's in front of the township is around $38,000 to do this 2-week study and analyze the data to come up with the final number.
And then does East Vincent pay for that, or does the data center pay for that?
Sure, I can take that for you. With respect to, well, let's back up for a second. The reason that we're going through this for any reason is because there is a conditional use application that has been submitted under the current zoning ordinance, not under this ordinance, for Penhurst. I think everybody's familiar with that. So in this case, we're trying to get out in front of it. Bob's recommendation, my recommendation to the board is going to be that they do in fact do that test to get a baseline of what's out there, just in case they meaning the applicant decides to move forward with their conditional use application and won't comply with what we've asked for in this particular ordinance. I mean, we're between a rock and a hard place right here. Nobody up here is data center positive, if you will. This ordinance is intended to protect the township, the residents as best it possibly can in light of the fact that that application is hanging out there. So it's a long way around the barn of saying the first time around, probably the township pays for it. If we get what we want under this ordinance, and if they were to move forward with a conditional use, we'd ask for it as conditional or as one of the conditions, we would want them to pay for it.
And then under the ordinance here, section D, the sound, noise and vibration, number 2, it says no vibration generated by the DCC that is discernible to the human sense. And it goes on, shall be without instruments, beyond the property lines. And we're talking about, like, we're discussing the full range of sound. And in this ordinance, it limits it to what's perceptible by the human sense. And we haven't really discussed the insects, the dogs, whatnot, that are going to equally be impacted. And I'll tell you, I'm a beekeeper, been one for 30 years, and we are in the midst of the largest honeybee die-off in US history. So, thinking beyond human senses is, if we want to keep the planet, we're going to have to go there.
So to your point, it's any measurable sound, and then we bootstrapped it with that additional provision to say if there's any vibration that's discernible by a person, that is in addition to whatever is measurable sound. So it's just bootstrapping.
But follow-up question for Ahmed. So can you confirm that the levels of sound that this class 1 sound meter is able to measure will also be able to measure the frequencies that the bees and bats and deer and dogs will be able to hear or perceive?
The one thing I know that our sound level meter can capture as low as 10 and as high as 20 kilohertz, which basically that's what you can measure. There isn't really anything that's why I've talked to, we're using the updated up to standard. So it's 10 to 20 kilohertz, which everything that I could measure. If a certain type of wildlife is more like below 10, I won't be able to measure. I don't have the, and again, I'm not expert on all the wildlife and what, would they hear a 6.3 hertz?
But
and again, that's, I can research it, but I know with the equipment we have, we can go as low as 10 and as high as 20, every third octave band.
3 miles. Tell me, and I'm asking the expert here, if you have data centers have to be spaced out, so there's 3 miles from that and the nearest residence or anything like that, how is that? Because noise does carry, I understand that, and I've been saying this for months, especially low frequency, which can enter in through walls and windows. And I've said it over and over again. I know you're tired of it, but there's many studies now that are showing that these noise levels that data centers are producing, and traffic too, which I'll get to in a minute, are causing cardiac issues, diabetes, all kinds of health issues, killing animals. So can you tell me again explain the distance, what 3 miles will do if a data center is built Because if it's out in the middle of nowhere and how far does this sound travel, I guess is what I'm trying to say. What's the protective lengths?
Again, I don't think there is a protective lens, but the rule of thumb, let's say, regardless of how large is the data center, let's say from an edge of the data center where there are equipment, you go out and measure at 50 feet and the level is 60 decibel or 50 decibel. The rule of thumb is you lose 6 decibel with every doubling of distance. So if you measure 60 at 50 feet, okay, it will be 54 at 100 feet, it will be 48 at 200 feet, and so on and so on. So it's really where you start when you do the measurement. You're not going to group the whole data center and say from the middle. I would say at a reference distance from the building, you would establish the first measurement and then you can go from there. Usually all electric, mechanical equipment, pumps, generator, they say this generator, for example, is X dB at 3 feet. And this is how we go from there, calculating. You need a reference distance. So going with the same example, but if our background ambient sound level is 45 decibel, eventually the data center equipment is going to go into the ambient sound level and it will not be discernible because basically the ambient sound level is not going to be reduced. So at a certain distance, the ambient sound level will pick up. It's the same with highway. Traffic from noise, if you're near the turnpike or I-95 and you build a noise barrier, with the noise barrier, you reduce the sound level. The best reduction is within the 300 feet, really the first 2 row of homes. And I do lots of highway work. After the sound start increasing again, but then because you have traffic and ambient sound level in the background at 400 feet or 300 feet, you're not hearing. Again, it doesn't mean you're eliminating the sound. It's just, it's reduced below a certain level. So the requirement from, again, to your point, with establishing the baseline, the requirement from future applicant is basically not reduce the sound level, not to increase the sound level beyond the ambient. So basically, when they repeat this measurement, like Joseph said, in 6 months, after the opening of the data center, the level need to meet within plus 3 dB, what we have already measured. That's kind of how we're going.
Okay. And what's the impact of having 5 data centers running? It's one thing to have one, but how does that sound?
Yes, I got your point. Again, rule of thumb, if you have 2 equal, like 2 generators, any 2 similar equipment, you know, every 2, you will increase the sound level by 3 decibel. And this has to do with log scale. So, you know, 2 will be, you know, you'll add 3, make them 4, then you're adding 6 decibel, and so on. But generator, anything, any equipment, even traffic, you know, I've worked on traffic. You need to double the traffic on any project to get a 3 dB change.
Okay. It's no surprise to anybody that traffic is a major issue for our township. I have been saying over and over again that with this ordinance that you're putting in place for this, we should be looking at our other noise ordinance because the amount of lawn equipment that is, I would say, contractor quality, leaf blowers, all the noises that are happening. We live in a loud environment. It doesn't make it right because nobody is considering it until now when we're considering these massive loud buildings coming in. And so I'm very concerned about ambient level, especially for the folks with the construction, because that's ongoing. The traffic is loud. Someone actually brought it up, like, well, the noise is so many decibels. That doesn't matter because we know they're at decibels where they're causing harm. They're causing us harm. We are being hurt by the noise levels already in our township. And so just measuring ambient noise concerns me, and it concerns me that we've looked at 5, 6, 7, 8 data centers where they've had a DBA. And I think sticking with that 40 to 45 at least as a baseline, so that things need to be mitigated. So we're not producing more sound into our environment than we already have in our environment. And I agree, the wind is a good example. Like if you do an ambient study and there's even a little bit of wind, how's that going to skew things? I mean, look at the wind we're getting now. Same with seasons. If it gets colder, it might be different. I think a year-round study is a great idea, but that's 38,000 times 4. Again, that's a lot of money. So, I don't envy you your positions up there, but I do think that to just go off of this ambient study, I mean, it could come back higher than any of the other ordinances have for their DBA. So I guess I'm not understanding it, but I just wanted to put that out. And then also, Pennhurst used to be a bat sanctuary. And so there are still bats that live there. And so that low frequency, you need to think about that. And I don't know if they're protected anymore, but they were endangered. I'm sure they're still protected. They are endangered, and it's something we have to think about with bringing something like this in to our township. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Joey Vanderloop. I live at the corner of Church Street and Bridge Street in Spring City, Pennhurst, and within walking distance. And I'm very familiar with the facility. I formerly worked for the Chester County Health Department, and I am aware that there is West Nile virus in the area right now. So maintaining that bat population is very important. And I also am familiar with the bats that we have in location there. There are a massive amount of bats still nesting within the Pennhurst grounds. It is very important to keep them there, partially as a pest control measure for the sheer amount of mosquitoes that they can eat. We do not want any more West Nile virus in this area. You said that you could not test above 20 kilohertz, correct? For ambient sound?
That's what the equipment we have right now.
Bats can hear up to 200 kilohertz. There is no guarantee that your baseline level of ambient sound would not still be harming these populations of bats that we very much want to maintain in the area for the safety of ourselves and our children and the people who live here. Is there anything you can do to mitigate that?
The bat surveys are, there is a different environmental group typically that do bat survey, an bat acoustic survey, but that's was not part of the discussion we had initially with the township.
That may need to be something that we should look at for the safety of our residents here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question? You live at Church and Bridge, correct? Do you hear the Pico substation on Church? Yeah. You do hear that? Great, thank you. Thank you.
Ahmed, thank you very much. I don't think we have any more for you this evening.
Yep. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catch your flight.
Thank you. Thanks. See you.
Okay. Why not? Final sound related comment for now. And then I think we'll move on to the forest.
Cindy Ramsey, 116 Pennhurst Road. So lately, you all know there's a gun range down there. And I'm going to tell you, it sounds like semi-automatic weapons going off lately. Constantly. So I can hear that from my house. So I want you to think about how all this is going to impact us. If I can hear weapons going off constantly while they're out there shooting on this range. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're going to hear from our township arborist next.
We're looking for him on online here.
Maybe he fell asleep. He's not there.
So I don't think he, for some reason, doesn't look like he's online, but perhaps Roger, maybe we can go some of the through the bulk criteria while we're waiting for John to catch up.
Yeah, so as this ordinance has progressed from the first version to where it is now, obviously, we've taken into consideration a lot of the suggestions when it comes to the setbacks and the other criteria of building location, which currently now in this ordinance is it's 100-foot setback to the property line, a 500-foot from any property line adjoining a tract of residential uses, which actually on the Pennhurst property itself, that does not apply, but it's still in there for whether this would apply to any other projects. 300 feet from an ultimate right-of-way line for any dedicated publicly maintained street, and 100 feet from any lot line that adjoins non-residential uses, and the 800 feet from the any sensitive receptors. So that's where, and taking into account everyone's suggestions, that's where that criteria landed. And also any parking, loading, or internal roadways would be 100 feet from the property line.
Thank you. Any comments from the planning commission about the area and bulk regulations? And the changes that were made?
I had a question. Included in the sensitive receptors is public parks with active recreation improvements. Does that not include, so that would be 800 feet?
Yes.
But, so it has to have active recreation, it's just not a public park with, it wouldn't include passive recreation areas? Why is it just active recreation?
That was we didn't want to confuse open space with public park that had active recreation. But it really doesn't apply anyway to the IMU. The only public park that is in anywhere close, well, within the IMU really is the Independence Park. So that is active recreation. And the park is not in any way close, 800 feet close to the site.
I had one thing, sorry. But I had one thing, Joe, that I think it's important to share. Because as Joe said, nobody up here is cheering this data center on. We're trying to make the ordinance stronger, and the township added requirements for the buildings over a certain size to meet US Green Building Council standards. And a baseline is 50,000 square feet, but as they go up, which I understand they want to do, they'll have to meet the US Green Building Council standards. And these are very high standards for energy and materials and things like that. So it sets a standard of performance that I think will lead to more energy efficient, quieter, optimized data center if it happens. So that's something that the public should be aware that this is a path that the township is trying to take to make sure we address the things that people are so concerned about.
Thank you. 7 and 8. 7 and 8.
Yeah.
7 and 8.
7 and 8. The bottom of 7, you can see 3C, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So it's not everything, but it's a pretty high bar.
I was concerned about the
Can you talk into the mic?
4, if they go over a certain amount that they can just buy TDRs or they can do fee in lieu, that it's not addressing the issues at that specific site at this point. And I brought that up last time. I just,
So for
Got it.
4, it's an and. It's if you want to build in excess of 300,000 square feet, you must meet LEED Gold certification. Additionally, you also have to purchase TDRs. So there's 2 sticks there, I guess you would say, to get the carrot of building a very large building.
which is the LEED Gold certification.
Right.
Plus the TDRs.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thought with the LEED Gold was that the standards that are in place for LEED would kind of mitigate some of the environmental concerns that we had with the building.
On the site.
Yeah, in addition to all of the different standards that are elsewhere in the ordinance.
And then the fee in lieu of, what would that money go towards? What would, is that designated to open space or?
I'm pointing at Bob, Bob's pointing at me. The fee, the TDRs probably goes to open space. And then the fees in lieu, I think there's a little bit more flexibility, but I think the intent is for them to go to open space, park and rec, bank restoration for streams, those types of things. Sorry, TDRs are transferable development rights. This township has a transferable development right program. You have I'll call it a giving district and a receiving district. It's a interesting way of allowing for more dense development in one area and less dense development, or you take away the ability development in another area. So that's what it is.
Any other comments from go ahead, Elaine.
I have a comment on 3B, and then from there on in also, where it says the maximum aggregate impervious coverage is 50% of the tract area, but it should say the net tract area. And the net tract area, because that's in our ordinance and already, and in our saldo. And the net tract area is taking out all the steep slopes, the woodlands, the wetlands, that kind of stuff. There's a whole list of things. So, but that word, that should be net. And I would, for the impervious coverage, and I would like to suggest that all for the other places where it says gross tract area, that we do say net tract area, because that way we preserve all our sensitive environmental things. And I just like to say and one more thing, so I think we should be saying net rather than gross, but also when this says, like, look at C1, up to a maximum of 50,000 square feet or 40% of gross tract area. The gross tract, 40% of the gross tract area at this site is 2.2 million square feet. So I just wanted to give some perspective there. So I don't know, I just found that a very interesting number. If you had if you had 200 TDRs, each TDR would increase it by 4,000 square feet. You could get up to 800,000 square feet. And then we say, but with a maximum of 40% of the tract area. So in reality, you could get up to 2.2 million square feet if we just used gross tract area. And I don't think anything's going to get up that high, so I'm not even sure why we use that phrase. So quite a few comments in one there.
Yeah. But overall, changing any instance of gross tract area to net tract area.
Yes.
Well, that would make a big difference.
Yes, it would.
Michelle, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I don't think we have, well, I guess the only things that we count right now are utility easements and right of ways, right? There's nothing in our ordinance right now. Our ordinances don't require you to consider existing woodlands, steep slopes, et cetera. We have no limits that say, and that's something the EAC, including Elaine and others, have been working very hard all year to work towards changing our rules. And so if we changed it to net, it would only take out like easements and utilities. Correct, Joe? Is there much? Yeah.
Yeah, that's how,
Yeah.
I don't think we want to get too deep into the weeds on this.
Right. No, it's not going
Um,
to change it.
But you and I are in agreement.
We need to change it for our larger ordinance and we're working on it.
So I'm just
Yes.
thinking back on our previous discussion of Mr. Long's property. And was that just for the flood hazard district that,
That's why we don't want to get too far into this. There's different standards
Yeah.
in different zoning districts, and especially with respect to the floodplains and things like that, they're much
Yeah.
more stringent.
right?
Other places in Saldo, it'll say net out these few things. I don't think it's appropriate really to get into that right now.
Well, but I think it's very important it's not the definition in our zoning ordinance of net tract area is that the things you just mentioned, Michelle, the permanent right of way, streets and that kind of stuff. But number 4 says an area equivalent to 75% of any area comprised of one or more of the following and excluding any area already excluded by paragraphs A, B, and C above, which A is floodplains, B is wetlands, and C is steep slopes. So it does say it in the definition of net tract area. In our ordinance.
In our current ordinance?
So if that zoning
you sure?
district refers to net tract area, that's what would apply. That's
Yeah,
what net
that-
tract area would
right.
mean, but
Yes.
I think the IMU
Right.
does not refer to net tract area.
Well, I'm
It's not.
suggesting that we do.
Right.
I don't think we want to shine a light on this right now.
Anyway, it's definitely for the impervious coverage.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on area and bulk regulations?
I'm just gonna say that, back to what Nicole said, I'm not for any of the TDRs. You know, it lets something get way more developed in an area that will affect the folks near that for open space miles potentially away. Doesn't really help that localization. And I think we're really looking out for the residents and the farmers and whatnot around wherever this may be, any hypothetical data center may go in. And just back up one more to the 800 feet from the sensitive receptors. I know we had some discussion about it last time. I don't really remember how everybody landed on that. I know I was pushing for more. I don't know if I was a minority or not, but
Can I ask you a question about your first comment? So right now, it says in C2 on page 7, you could have up to a maximum of 100,000 square feet or 40% of the gross tract area. So sorry, this is more related to C4. So is your proposal to reduce the overall size that's allowed? So not allow 40% of the tract area? Or do you just not like the TDRs in there?
I don't really know the full solution, but for me, it's the TDRs.
Okay. Got it.
We've got hundreds of TDRs right now that, getting hundreds more, I don't know what that does for us. It lets them put a bigger building in.
Well, I mean, if you were to take the TDRs out and leave it at a 40% of the tract area as the maximum building coverage. It's my understanding that this is in there as a way to sort of offer this carrot to the property owner and be able to monetize the TDRs that are already out there.
So Kurt, they're not giving us more TD. They're not giving the township TDRs.
Right, they're buying the
They're,
TDRs.
they're acquiring TDRs.
Right, all right, but it still is a payoff to make a bigger building. I don't know the answer. I'm sorry. I know you're supposed to bring solutions, not problems, but this is where we are.
Well, no, the solution for the bigger building is LEED certification. TDRs is the bonus on top of that.
Yeah.
So LEED certification at gold, LEED gold certification is how you get to a bigger building. That has everything that goes along with it, including all the environmental standards, all the sustainable building standards, everything that would make that building more environmentally friendly is what you get for the bonus square footage. That's it. Then we added on top of that the TDR acquisition. So if you took the TDRs out, it's still, they get the 40%. They have to go to LEED gold, but then there is no acquisition of TDRs.
So it's just intended to be a bonus for the township.
Yeah, I
But
get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just-
financially, correct. Well, so if you could sell the TDRs and then you get the development happens somewhere else.
And let's be clear. Let's just say there was, let's just say there was two TDRs. That's it.
I guess I understand, what is a TDR and how does it affect development?
Can you tell us
That's
who
my-
you are?
No, I'm not kidding.
Hi, my name's Joe.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm Jeff. I'm Jeff. And I live in Penhurst. No, I'm only kidding. No, I live, but I'm only like less than a mile away. But anyway, no, I just didn't understand, like the way you described it, I felt like that's just a bonus and it has nothing to do with the development. But then you said something different that made me get confused.
So TDRs are transferable development rights. One TDR is roughly worth somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000 across the Commonwealth, according to the research that Mr. Zinkowski did. The township has TDRs. There are TDRs out there in the world that other people own within the township as well. And the idea is, let's get those monetized, okay, on top of all the LEED gold standards and everything else that go along with that. And even if the township didn't own a single TDR, we're still saying you can pay a fee in lieu of TDRs to get to the bigger building. So it's LEED certification, LEED gold, plus the TDRs. Does that make sense?
So then I got the feeling that somebody up there doesn't like TDRs, and what's the reason for that?
I'll just go back to what I originally said, is that it feels like it's a payoff to get the bigger building.
And it's not going to help that property, like. It's
Right.
it's
Oh,
not
I got
somewhere
you.
else.
I mean, I get the LEED gold, that's great.
Okay, but you said something about the farmers. Oh, you meant about if we do, okay, I got you.
Okay, let's. Sure, come on up.
Maria Valgenti, I'm in Washington Square. Just with LEED gold, it's not the be all end all of anything. It's a pat on the back for the AEC industry. You know, we built this building, it's great. You really need to go look at the scorecards from all the data centers that have gotten it. And none of the credits they get are for energy use. I mean, you got to really look at it. I mean, most of them are for, oh, you get points because you have LEED professionals on your team. You know, there's innovation credits that you can go for. And that's, I mean, I worked for an architecture firm. We made shit up. Excuse my language, but I mean, it's not as great of a thing, and it's not that as hard to get as you think it may be to dissuade the data center. Thank you.
let's take one more comment and then let's move to, is the arborist online yet? No, so maybe we can move to Michelle Adams and talking about the stormwater and the natural resources.
Johanna Valenti, Wall Street in Spring City. So I wanted to just push back again on this discussion that we had in the last meeting regarding the setback. Because we discussed about it, number one, being from the property line. And I see that it still says building to building. And we still have the 500 feet, which, I mean, when you think about that, it is 0.015 of a mile, about 1/8 of a mile, which is nothing. I want to stress that we have close to 300 veterans in that building right there. This is their home. They can't move out of that. They've come here essentially to live out the rest of their lives. This is really significant when you think of how many of these vets are sitting outside on the patios. We have, you know, enclosed in outdoor areas that they're sitting in. That is no distance whatsoever. We had a bunch of people that spoke very intelligently on other communities, other counties that have pushed back with like 2,500 feet. So why are we settling at the lesser, sorry, 800 feet? Why are we settling at 800 feet for that?
So I'll speak for myself to answer that question. So because we have an application in under the conditional use that it's already allowed to come in under, which I think their setbacks are somewhere around 800 feet building to building from the Veteran Center. No, but the plan that they submitted, they
around-
had dimensions.
It's roughly, I believe, 600 or I think it's 600 or 700.
Yeah, so it's sort of in the ballpark of what is in this ordinance. It's a little bit smaller. But if we make it significantly bigger and they're not able to build as many data centers, then they have the option to say like, okay, you adopted this new ordinance, but I already have a plan submitted. So we're trying to balance, like, by putting more sound requirements and putting more environmental constraints in that are measurable, that can be enforced, with not being too restrictive, so that they will be incented to use this ordinance rather than stick with the ordinance that they have already submitted a plan under.
But isn't there a potential to fight back again if they come
There
back with
is, but
lesser?
that would be up to the Board of Supervisors, and our job as the Planning Commission is to recommend an ordinance that we think is sort of like does as much protection as we think is
So at
possible.
the supervisors meeting, this can be brought up again.
Right, they would be the ones if they wanted to make that call. I would think. I mean, if somebody wants to say otherwise, but I feel like that they're
Yeah.
the elected officials and that's their job.
You're right. And I think again, I'll just speak from a legal perspective. If you had a 2,500 foot setback, you'd exclude the entire zoning district. If you did that, you're allowing it by exclusion.
Well,
So-
but what about a medium there, something greater than that 800 feet, which is not nothing? I know we're about to talk about like coming up with the woodlands there too, but that's like a very minimal amount of woodlands that we're putting. I mean, there's a potential to put much more through there. You know, we're talking about old growth for those big trees that are really going to cause that barrier, because this makes a huge difference. On the same thing that was just discussed with the pay a fee in lieu of these TDRs. I mean, I have to agree. Why wouldn't we push back and say there's no option to go bigger than this? It's like,
It's already in the ordinance. It's already in the underlying existing ordinance to use TDRs. We just simplified it and put it into this part of the ordinance. That's what we're dealing with here. In the 800 feet, I don't know if, I mean, 800 feet is a very significant setback. I think that the thing that we're most worried about when you're talking about setbacks, you can't look at them in just a vacuum. You have to look at all of the dimensional criteria and bulk criteria together, and you analyze all of it together. Right now, what is being proposed is one of the most stringent ordinances I've seen in terms of sound. You're not allowed to go above what the existing sound level is, plus or minus 3 decibels. You can't go down. We know we can't reduce sound. There is no way to reduce what's already out there. So we're saying you can't make it any worse. So the 800 feet, in my mind, is pretty significant because you've already said at the property line, you can't have any sound increase whatsoever. So now we're talking about something other than sound as being the issue. What is that issue? Perhaps view shed, right? And at 800 feet and at 50 foot in height, now that we've reduced it down 50 foot, you're really not going to see a whole heck of a lot with mature growth trees around it because of that 100-foot buffer where most of the mature growth is. So we've
This
taken
building
care
would
of.
be greater than what the Veteran Center is, though.
No, it
correct?
will not. No,
Isn't 50 feet about 4 to 5 stories?
the Veteran Center is like 120.
So that's only 2 stories, the 50 feet, because when you look it up and not being aware of this, it comes up that it says that's a
Yeah.
4 to 5 story building. Is that not correct?
No, it would really
So
be,
this is
it's,
just
it's,
2 stories.
it wouldn't, most likely this would not even be a 2-story building, because the way that we have defined height now too includes all of the superstructures that would be on the roof. So we're talking about one build, and the reason we did that is to try and parapet wall to view, for both sound and for view, so that you wouldn't see anything that would be on top of the roof. So the way the ordinance is today, you actually have more height that you can put on top of the building with respect to chimneys and I'll call them superstructures, right? So HVAC equipment, whatever it may be. So what we're doing now, again, is we've taken care of, I think, at least we've tried to the best we can, the noise by saying you can't make it any worse than it already is out there. We've said in terms of the protection, in terms of the view, we want to push it back at least 100 feet and have a vegetated buffer. And again, where most of those natural or most of those large trees are today. We've actually added in a provision, I forget who suggested it, but to put a trail perhaps in that vegetated buffer at the township's option. So with the intent of connecting into hopefully the Schuylkill River Trail, and you can bring that right in front of the Veterans Center property to provide them more access than they have right now to any trail system. So all of those things have been taken into consideration. The energy, I get people are very worried about energy, and we've again put in a provision here that, you know, to the maximum extent allowable, that if they have a preferred energy rate, that the residents of the township will be able to have that rate as well, again, to the maximum extent they can make that happen. So we've tried to take in into consideration all of those things. Energy generation, we've talked about that at length. That's really the pollution source that everybody seems to be most worried about. So we've cut out fossil fuels entirely, said, no, can't do it. We have some very, I'll say, limited generation opportunities for renewable energy sources. But again, we've taken out all the burning, we've taken out all the anaerobic digesters, anything like that can't happen. And it's limited to natural gas generators. So now we're down to wind, but no turbines, solar, but no solar fields on their own to make the impervious coverage greater. And really, that's about it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sure, Chris.
Hi, Chris McNeil, Nottingham Drive. A question that repeatedly has been asked, and I haven't heard it yet tonight, and while we're on setbacks, I'd like to bring it up. I've asked various people for this information, and I still haven't seen it, but maybe, Roger, you have it, I don't know. So if we took the outer boundary and then drew the distance to the first home at Brown Drive, and then we took the other boundary and went to Penhurst, because there are 2 houses that sit across pretty much from each other. What is the distance to the residents and to John Hunt's house? Because we already have set it for the sensitive receptors. But for all these meetings, we've never gotten that answer. And I think it's a very important answer for people to understand what the distances will be to their homes.
From the closest house on Brown Drive, it's 1,156 feet to the setback line, the closest setback line. It is.
Excuse me, Roger. Really, everybody, you know, we're trying to have a meeting. And I think that the background noise really prevents the experts from talking to us. And I really don't appreciate it. I'm just going to say how I feel. I don't know if others feel that way, but I think we need to show some respect. Roger, could you repeat that? Because I could not hear you given the background noise.
The closest house located on Brown Drive is 1,156 feet from the 100-foot setback line on the closest corner of the property. The closest home on
Penhurst.
Penhurst Road is 2,546 feet roughly. I apologize, I don't have the street names on this map, and I'm not familiar with the map that's closest to that, but
The Hunt Farm is on
the
Dairy
circular,
Road.
the circular development. Is that?
The Hunt
uh,
Farm is on Dairy Road.
The other closest, that the houses that back up to where,
Washington Square.
Washington Square, 2,397 feet. And the closest on, I believe that's
Haverfield.
Time, is 2,342.
What one was that
And those,
again, Roger?
and those measurements are all to the 100-foot setback line. They're not to the property line.
The last one, would you repeat what that is, the 2342?
I apologize. I don't have the street names in front of me. King Street, from King
King
Street
Street,
was,
2342, you said.
yes, 2342.
And do you have one for
And
the
again, then that-
residents? at the-
Excuse me?
Do you have one for the homes on Eden Valley Farm? There are two homes, there people are living at Eden Valley Farm where they're growing Wagyu beef and
That's
Angus.
Mr. Hunt's farm.
Mr. Hunt's
I do
farm.
not, but I believe it's about 2,400 feet. We looked at that earlier, and I believe back to where the buildings are on that, it was about 2,400 feet roughly.
Okay, thank you. I think it's an important point of information for everyone to have.
And how far is it to the vet center?
From,
Is it the 800?
Under what we're proposing, it's 800. You'll have that 800-foot building to building. Under the current application, I believe it's around, I want to say it's 6 and change, almost 7.
Okay, so there's a line forming. Are these comments related to dimensional requirements?
Well, I did have one question for the solicitor, actually, when you were talking about the sound and the noise reduction, did you guys?
I'm sorry to do this, to you,
Tom,
just
yeah.
where you live.
Old Schuylkill Road, yeah. Did you talk to anyone about doing actual like earth berms?
They're actually in that setback.
Okay.
We would allow for those earth berms, but we are balancing between not disturbing the already existing vegetation
Okay.
and those berms.
And also, is there any kind of asbestos remediation for Penhurst at all?
If it exists, which look, the building is how old the building
Right.
is.
Yeah, yeah.
You would have EPA regulations that deal with that. It would not be us.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
EP.
Hey everyone, my name is Joey Shantz. I live on Spring City Road, Wall Street's where I used to live. I am here because I'm very concerned about electricity costs. I understand that we are doing solar panels like you suggested, sir. And obviously, I think that is a good environmental standard, but I also am very concerned that if we are limiting, as I do believe we should in regards of different forms of energy production, do we have some sort of methodology that would make it so this data center and these companies that are putting these data centers in our communities would be able to get charged for electricity costs that can be put back into our community? If I could have that question answered, thank you.
So we don't have a ton of control over some of this stuff because it's really a PUC issue and really it should be brought up at the PUC. If you're going to be a high user, whether it's water or any utility that is regulated by the PUC, there's a PUC advocate that actually is supposed to be the advocate for the resident. So that's something that can come up there. As far as our ordinance and what we control, what we've tried to do is say if there is going to be an increase as a result, well, first of all, number one, infrastructure cost, that has to go back onto the data center to the maximum extent we can allow it to happen. And two, with regard to the potential increase in power cost. And again, outside of the 30 and 40% we're already seeing now, right? So, but if it's specific to the data center, what we're asking for them to do is to the maximum extent allowable by law to negotiate for the resident the same rate that they would get, or at least as close as they can get to it. which is, as I understand it, always much less. So
But the PUC is also actively working on this, and I think by the end of the month, they're supposed to come out with a model tariff that the Picos of the world would be able to impose a fee on data centers that would charge them for whatever infrastructure upgrades would need to happen, but we haven't seen that yet, so we don't know what's in it.
Well, I'm hoping that we do see something because the state of Virginia, their electricity cost has gone up over 200%. So if we're going to see that amount of data centers here in the state of Pennsylvania, we definitely need to have some sort of, strict regulation on these data companies from whichever body it takes. So,
Madam Chair, if I can, we had met with Pico back a while ago, and the PUC already approved Pico. They went in for their rate increases, which they were approved, I believe, for the next 3 years. Their rates are going to go up. We don't have the control locally here to set rates. I know the governor's talked about pulling Pennsylvania out of the 8-state, I believe it's 8-state, for the energy creation, because a lot of, I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware how many people are aware of the nuke plant that's just up the road here, does not provide one item, one piece of energy. It's all shipped out of state. So the PUC is the big one that we've got to look for.
yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. And let's just keep all in mind, folks, that we have collective power by organizing in our communities. This is a class war. This is just the first step here, but our community needs to stand together, organize some small businesses and working class folks to actually be able to resist this, because there's only so much this body can do against the billionaire class. Thank you very much.
My name is Glenn Deary. I live on Ridge Road. I have a question for the solicitor. You had mentioned about rate matching for the utilities with the data center. My only question is, who's going to oversee that and ensure that we get what we deserve?
if it's possible, again, to the maximum extent allowable by the law, then what we would have is, at least the way this is written in the ordinance today, it's for township residents.
So the township residents would be overseeing it?
No, the township residents.
That's what I'm asking. Who would oversee it?
It would be part of whatever collective bargain, community benefit agreement we could come up with, or perhaps a condition within the special exception process. There'd be a zoning piece to it or an approval piece to it as well.
Right. Don't agree with it, but all right.
So, we haven't gotten through all of the changes to the ordinance yet, and I'm hoping to just do things specific to dimensional area and bulk regulations right now.
All right.
Do you have anything on that?
No, I just had a question for Bob, but I can, if you want me to wait, I can.
I would prefer it if you did. I'm sorry. It's 10:06. We've got a lot to do, and I never called for public comment. We were doing comments specific to each of these little pieces, and maybe that wasn't clear, and maybe that was a silly way to do it, but I'm just trying to get through this so that we can get people home maybe prior to midnight or something. Yeah, so I know, but then we're gonna have to schedule another meeting.
Yeah.
Hear the question. Do you want to take a second?
Okay. We're gonna call recess for 5 minutes. We'll resume in 5 minutes. I'm gonna turn this over to our solicitor to just do a little bit of level setting about kind of like where we are in the process, what the planning commission is being asked to do. Just because for the rest of the night, we want to keep things really closely tied to the ordinance. We would like to finish this tonight and get through our discussion and get through the ordinance changes. But we've still got a lot of stuff to talk about.
So, thank you. So where we are right now, just so that everybody's aware, is the township received, as of Friday's determination, last Friday, a conditional use application under the current code for a mixed-use commercial development at Penhurst. That development is a conditional use application that would have more than one use associated with it, but would in fact include a data center use. So that happened as a result of the fact that in the industrial mixed-use development, there is a planned commercial development that ties in the industrial district's uses, which allows for just about anything, especially anything that is not permitted anywhere else in the township. So as a result, because there is a non-exclusive kind of catch-all provision there, a data center comes into the mix. So that means because of that conditional use application being deemed complete, administratively complete, at least as of Friday, based on when the last part of that submission occurred, that the township is required to act on that application unless the applicant grants an extension by December 20th, I believe it is. So the reason that this planning commission is pressing forward with the ordinance that's before them right now in draft form is to try to counter that application. This ordinance wouldn't apply to that application outright. There used to be something called the pending ordinance doctrine that was overturned by the MPC, the Municipalities Planning Code. So right now, they get the benefit of the old ordinance, what exists currently today. If this ordinance is passed and the applicant chooses to pursue the development of a data center only under this ordinance, which is that this does provide data center campus only, doesn't have to be combined with other uses, then in fact, that application, it's a conditional use application, can just sit on the sidelines while the new application, if you will, goes through the process if the ordinance is adopted. The role of the planning commission in all of this is to make a recommendation with respect to the ordinance. It's not to adopt the ordinance. We're not talking about the conditional use plan at all. It's simply the ordinance that is in draft form, that is the data center campus ordinance. So right now, that's what they have been tasked to do. The Board of Supervisors, given the time frame that we are under, has asked for a recommendation this evening from the Planning Commission, and that's what we're trying to get to.
Thank you. Okay, so the biggest changes to the ordinance from the last version that we looked at 2 weeks ago were related to sound and related to forests. And so I would like to turn it over to Michelle Adams to talk about some of those changes that made it into the ordinance related to forests.
Sure. Thanks, Rachel. And I'll keep it brief. I think the most important thing to share with everybody is our current ordinances that the developer could come under right now are really poor when it comes to environmental issues. You would think we would be protecting woodlands and steep slopes and so on, and we are not. And our Environmental Advisory Committee, Elaine, has been leading that effort all year, but we don't have that in place yet. So in the stopgap measure, the township arborist has come up with requirements because one of the bigger environmental impacts on this site is there's so many trees. So he's come up with an ordinance that sets limits for how many trees can be removed and sets requirements for tree replacement at very specific standards so that the environmental impacts of woods that are disturbed can be lessened and can be managed and can be replaced. And there's a lot of leeway in terms of the interpretation by the arborist. And I should add that not all municipalities engage an arborist. So he is a tree expert and I've worked with him outside of the township and he's very good. So what is pages and pages from page, I guess, the bottom of page 15 through all the way, I guess, to 21 are very specific requirements in this draft ordinance that would give the township the ability to protect much of the forest, to allow trees that are non-native and invasive to be removed and have replacement requirements when those important trees are removed. As you drive into Penhurst, there's a lot of invasive species, but the arborist tells me that as you go into some of the deeper sections of woods, there's a lot of good habitat and native species. And so that's what this section would do. I didn't write it. I'm not a tree expert. I'm only the engineer, but think that sums up what we've been working on. The other element environmentally that I think is important is our current stormwater ordinance allows you to not do any stormwater management if you're building on a site that was previously developed. Essentially, you only have to do 25% of the stormwater. It's an antiquated line in our code from the 90s probably. And Joe has put language in there to close that. They will have to provide stormwater management for everything they touch, basically. So those are two important environmental issues that this draft ordinance has tried to address. That sum it up?
Yeah, that was great.
Thank you.
And so also I think notably in the forest standards, there's a specific methodology for tree count and sampling.
Yeah.
So it's very detailed and really puts a lot of the onus on the applicant to tell us what's there, and then has very specific standards for what to protect.
Yeah.
So did you want to talk about the chart? Or
I not for this, I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, not for this. I would also maybe add that there are other environmental issues related to things like steep slopes, you know, erosive soils, floodplains, etc. But because of the setbacks that are being proposed on this specific site, we think those issues won't be impacted, that the areas that could be impacted are already, quote, protected by the setbacks, essentially. So, yeah.
So does anybody on the planning commission have any comments about the forest section, which is natural resource conservation section F? And where's that stormwater? Oh, and section H.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, that's page 16, 16, 17. It keeps going.
Oh.
21.
The stormwater is on page 21.
On page 16.
21.
21.
Item 8.
Elaine, did you have anything you want to say about the forest?
No.
Okay. Okay, I would like to invite public comment on the natural resource conservation sections and the stormwater management.
Katie Muth, 316 Emerald Court. Is this site in a floodplain? So the homes that are on Brown Drive that were in a floodplain, that were ineligible for a Penvest grant to get their sewer paid for, that's a separate tract of land that's not in the floodplain?
I
Like
don't know
that-
anything about the floodplain on Brown Drive. This parcel doesn't.
Old Schuylkill, I'm sorry, thank you, Steve. Old Schuylkill Road. So that this isn't documented, not in a floodplain, all of the property,
It's not-
none of it. And then concerning the conditions as of a outstanding unremediated brownfield site, I can't reiterate enough that allowing runoff, more runoff from that site that already has, there's piles of demoed material from a power plant still sitting there in heaps. In addition to, I hope the township doesn't just say that the EPA or some other regulator oversaw the removal of lead paint chips that are everywhere and asbestos without records of where that debris went to. That has requirements to be properly disposed of. And the current site conditions are, if not managed correctly, will continue to cause runoff issues with a multitude of known contaminants, including VOCs and unknown ones, since the remediation studies by the engineering firm for the developer were inadequate, hence the failed completion of the Act Two brownfield program under the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. So that stormwater runoff is a significant hazard if that site is not fully assessed for what is contaminating both the groundwater and the soil conditions as is. So I just plant that seed in that you may want to add something into your protective ordinance that requires full remediation of a contaminated site that ensures that the safety and well-being of the community isn't impacted any more than it already has been. Thank you.
Okay, is that something that should be in our ordinance? I mean, I haven't had a chance to read your letter, Katie. I've heard you speak on it. But if it is a brown site, shouldn't, there has to be some way that we can look at that. I don't know if that's an ordinance thing.
It's not an ordinance thing.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but.
It's thing.
Well, it's a provision that can be required in an ordinance that says in order to develop this land, you're not going to move soil or.
That would be in the covenant not to.
If it's a true brownfield,
It is a true brownfield. I sent the documentation from the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. It's not my opinion.
PAD file review and you would find that out. And
I have the entire file review after the engineer for this developer gave one file that was out of date that said this was a cleared site and it is not a cleared site.
At the time of this letter was submitted, that's correct.
What letter was the letter I sent?
The technical letter of technical deficiency.
There's no action taken on this site since 2020.
That, according to this letter here, that's correct.
My letter states that the remediation report submitted by this developer in 2020 was technically deficient with 8 specific things. There's been no action since. He never appealed the ruling. He never resubmitted the data. I have this in writing from the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protections. It's not my opinion. It is the records that do not exist for remediation that the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protections has already confirmed to me. And I'm happy to share all that.
I'm not at all wrong with your opinion. I agree with your opinion.
So I don't understand
nothing has been done since then.
Correct.
Then somebody would have to do a DEP file review and find out what the current status, regulatory status is.
The current regulatory status, I can
Is
send
what
it
the
to you in
department has
writing.
in their files.
Well, the person who wrote that report.
Well, there might be other things in the files other than this. This might not be a complete file. So
the complete
person
file
who does
of all
buy this
things
property should
on.
do a
I
file
understand,
review.
and I literally met with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protections, including the person who authored that technical memo outlining those provisions that needed to be completed in order to be considered for review of the report, not cleared, have a report that was full and complete. That person, Lisa Strobridge, who was on there and happy to facilitate a meeting with all of you, since you clearly think I am incapable of understanding the information that she provided to me directly in writing after asking about it. So you're smirking. I'm not smirking. I'm not smirking that the township didn't know that this was still an unremediated brownfield site where there was a demoed power plant and dust flying all over.
That whoever was developed this property needs to do an environmental review at the Department of Environmental Protection to see what's in their files.
Sure, and so in your ordinance, you can
I agree with
require that.
I 100% agree that needs to be done. And I think you agree with that too.
The vice president of the engineering firm that's on that letter is sitting right here in the back. Pick it out.
And I have all this documented. It's from the DEP. You could forward it right on.
We're not disagreeing with you.
So
We're
then
saying,
what you're
why
telling me
would
it
you-
can't be in the thing that you can't require as a township that the site be remediated before it's developed? That's absolutely.
It has to be remediated
Senator.
before it's
Yeah, I mean,
developed.
I think that's
They-
it. That's a different.
But go ahead, Roger. Excuse me.
That provision is actually in the subdivision and land development
Yeah.
ordinance already. It's existing.
So that's great to know, but my point is that when I asked this township for the records to show that this was remediated after repeatedly being told in these meetings throughout the summer that this site was cleaned up. And I got the email that I received was directly from the Pannoni firm that said, we had the DEP secretary on site and we got full clearance. That never happened.
I'm not speaking to that. I'm saying.
So I'm, but no, so
under-
I'm saying
under
it's in there, but
subdivision and land
nobody,
Development that.
that it's
any
required.
Developer would be required to provide that information prior to.
sure.
any
So you
development
as a
being completed.
contracted engineer for this township don't feel a little bit weary about not knowing that the township didn't have the most no record of the technical deficiency letters submitted by the department in response to this application?
You're asking me a question I have no experience with. I was not employed with the township, so.
You're contracted with the township. So you want your people to go out on a site that's possibly could,
No, which is why it's a requirement of Saldo and would be required during. the
nobody knew
submission
that it
process.
wasn't completed. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not sure what you're asking me to say to you.
Don't you
Honestly,
think
I'm
it's
trying-
it's a very unfortunate and unnecessary situation to be in, that
Well,
the
you're asking me to give a
remediation?
non-engineering opinion, I guess.
Yeah, so is it dangerous to develop on a brownfield without full remediation?
There has to be full remediation. I'm not sure what.
So then what are you questioning me that it should not be defined in there? Because there is a way for an entity to develop property without
I
going
guess
through
so
Act
we're-
2.
We're trying to figure out if there's something from what you're saying that should be added to this ordinance.
If
that
you
we're
don't add it to
reviewing,
your
but-
ordinance, you're gonna be challenged in court and he will be allowed to develop land, and even if you apply for a stay in court, if it's not remediated. Because townships approve this say you approve whatever conditional use thing, right? Then you go and we're like, oh no, we want to make sure it gets cleaned up before ground's broken or earth is shifted. The court will say, well, you approve this. He can continue to develop while he remediates, and that means the dirt is flying and things are everywhere.
But it sounds like the provision's already in the Saldo.
Right.
Right,
He
it's
will
not
have to
waived.
remediate before he can develop. And there's no reason why the township would have that information until the applicant starts providing it as part of their application. It's not something.
So then it's
we would
normal for
have.
for an engineer to send something that the township sends to me that says this is done and it's not done. That's the normal. We just wait and see. We wait and see that we.
No, and I can't speak to your experience. I can only say that
happy to
when this
forward it.
comes through as part of a
So-
formal, it has to be submitted. There's no, we have to have the correct information, and if it's not remediated, it must be, that it's already in our code. I mean, that before anything can happen.
I did not find it anywhere in the code, so I would really appreciate someone pointing it out in the Saldo, because part of this.
Yeah.
And also this whole thing of creating an ordinance for a specific data center campus. It's my understanding that the provisions you're putting in there that are specific to this data center campus are supposed to strengthen your ability to protect the township. So there's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't or shouldn't put the language in there in addition as a requirement. That, I mean, that, why would you, it would eliminate having to review an application for land use on land that has yet to be remediated, because that's what's allowed to happen right now until the Saldo application. So why wouldn't you just not, you would require that it be done before an application is submitted to you?
An application for what? Land development?
For at a site that's not remediated brownfield, yes. For
It-
this,
it's
for a data
require-
center
it's-
campus.
It's a requirement of the land development.
It will have to be done.
So if the conditional use application currently is administratively complete, I missed the file that was uploaded with the Saldo plan, all the things that you're saying has to be in place at the same time. Where is it? How is it administratively complete if those things aren't in there?
The conditional use application is administratively complete. It doesn't, you don't need a land development plan with a conditional use application.
So you would approve the use of through the current process and in this ordinance, if this isn't added in, you would grant this special exception or conditional use for land, and then you realize, oh, it's a brownfield, but my point is, yeah, you're saying
Not at
that.
all. No, what we're saying is that has to do with the use of the property, not about moving earth or anything else. Before any earth moving happens, there's a whole land development process in addition to a conditional use or special exception. There's a sketch plan, it's voluntary. There's a preliminary land development application. and a
It's
final.
voluntary?
A sketch plan is voluntary. You don't need to submit a sketch plan as part of land development. You can have to submit a preliminary application and a final application, and sometimes you can submit them together. But that's where the saldo provisions come into play, not at the use phase, not a conditional use or special exception.
So how do you approve the conditional use or special exception for for this said use of a data center without knowing the without actually identifying the source of contaminants?
He can't build anything until he goes through land development.
Right.
So he can't do anything. Nothing can be built.
Conditional use is just use.
Nothing can be
Special
built.
exception and conditional use are both just use.
Yeah, they're not allowed to yet.
I will be happy to provide the legal framework that says if it's not in your specific thing, that I asked the DEP outright, is there a way to develop on this land without going through the Act 2 program? That is voluntary. Act 2 is voluntary. It is not mandated by the state.
That
So
is
if it's in your
correct.
saldo, that's great. But this person or whatever developer that owns this property, if he sells it, can still go and say to DEP, I'm going to submit for all these things. And they can say, well, if he's going to keep them contained and the township, what are you going to do? Because it's in your saldo.
We don't approve land development and he can't get a building permit. I mean, he can't move earth, he can't build anything. I mean, yeah, he can't get a permit from the township to do anything until he complies with.
But
the
there's already an
township.
operating business on it now.
But that's a different business, and to build the things for the data center or whatever is a new land development project, and all those plans and drawings and calculations and proof of cleanup would have to be submitted and approved by the township before you could move a spoonful of dirt related to the data center.
I counter that if it's not in your ordinance specifically, that there is a way around, and as explained to me.
It is, it
There's a
is,
land development ordinance,
it is,
which is a separate ordinance from the zoning.
Right.
yeah.
But still has to be complied with. You can't build anything without land development.
Right.
Would you mind reading what it says?
Yeah, section 22-402 land requirements, item 2. No land should be developed for residential purposes unless all hazards to life.
You said for residential purposes, this originally was set to be residential veterans affordable
Unless
housing.
all hazards to life, health, or property from flood, fire, disease shall be eliminated, or unless the plans for the development shall provide adequate safeguard against such hazards.
So where is the specific language that says that Act 2 remediation, if it's a brownfield property,
Says
required?
All hazards.
But did you
All
say that's
hazards.
specific to residential development?
That's what the code says.
There you
that
go.
wouldn't-
So
that
this is
wouldn't apply to
the,
this.
like, I don't do this for fun at 11 o'clock at night, and I know you don't all either. So please, like, I spend a lot of time making sure that I am not wrong here, because this isn't my level of government. I spent all day in another dysfunctional level of government, and it was terrible. And now I'm here and I'm like, I literally can't hear what was being said to this public, because it is so disappointing that there's just not from the planning commission, to be clear. I understand you're in a pickle of a situation, but at the same time, if experts aren't giving you credible and reliable information, it becomes very difficult for all of you to make sound decisions. And I live that reality in Harrisburg. Very difficult to get accurate information, despite how highly paid a lot of people are.
I think so.
So I'm not standing up here for for attention, for whatever. No, I have to go back to the Dome of Doom tomorrow and fight the fight, which I am honored to do. But right here, I expect my local government to use this authority, or the remaining part of government that's not shut down. Literally, people are sitting in this audience because they don't want to live in Virginia-like conditions. They don't. We've already subsidized all of this. $492 million of our ratepayer money in Pennsylvania have subsidized transmission for data centers in the PJM grid. You can't regulate that. You can't put it in a community benefits agreement. All of this, you can say to this developer, if it doesn't fit here, you can't do it. And we're going to do it through conditional use anyway. So whatever this is, if it's a way to give this an alternative route after something through conditional use doesn't make it, I hope that you pass that on to the Board of Supervisors, that you won't tolerate that if you are anti-data center and want to protect your residents. I'm not anti-data center. I don't want it next to the veterans, to people's homes. No, do any of you want to live, Joe, do you want to live 800 feet from a data center? Anybody up here? Raise your hand. None of you do. And I wouldn't ask any of you to do that. But what I'm asking you is to look at everything possible at this site, including the legacy pollution that still remains. That's simply what I'm asking. And I asked in my letter to all of you that you require the residential statewide health standards. I don't care if there's not a shanty, a shack ever built on that property. There are people that live around it. If you don't require the residential statewide health standards, they're far less stringent with commercial industrial health standards. These people that live here already and those veterans deserve to be protected, and you have the authority to make that recommendation. I know you can't enforce it, but make that recommendation. That's simply what I'm here to ask you to do. So thank you.
Okay. Any other general public comment about the ordinance? Come on up. And it's late, so I'm not going to make you line up anymore. I realized that was mean. Let's
Alex Ricaro, I live on Ellis Woods Road. On page 4, under data center campus, small letter A, it says any fossil fuel-based power generation system, and then in parentheses, except any backup generator defined below. Should that read except?
Yes.
All right, please make that change. Thank you.
Thanks for the easy one.
Hi, Dana Chaffone, Horstone Circle. Couple of things. On the sound, this is page 11. Actually, it's the top of page 12 related to sound, that in the event of a power outage, I know you're going to redefine or define that they have to reestablish compliance with the sound limits set forth within 3 hours. I think that's too long. I had suggested an hour. That's 3A, so it's continuing from page 11 to page 12. The other thing with the sound, I'm not sure why if this were to happen and this were to be built, why would there not be continuous monitoring of sounds? You know, they're going to have a fence there. Why aren't we hooking monitors up to that and getting sound readings constantly, and that they're being then shared with the public? That's something else that I think we talked about, and it's not in here. And I do think also someone made the point about the 6 months. EVA had also said that they felt that was too long to wait to do the first sound test for each building. You know, I know it sounds like maybe that's standard operating procedure, but people could be living with some major sound issues within that time frame. So I think there needs to be some flexibility with that. On the part about who's monitoring in the CBA, let me find it. On page 29 at the top, letter E, monitoring of environmental conditions on and around the DCC tract. I'd like to add independent monitoring. I'm not sure who that's referring to, and it just makes a bunch of assumptions. And I'm sorry, Joe, I cannot remember where the utility lines reference is. I want to speak about that. That to the greatest extent possible, any additional, here it is, page 21, letter G, utility lines, number 1. To the maximum extent possible, they'll be installed underground.
I'm sorry, where was that?
Page 21, letter G, utility lines. Says that to the maximum extent possible, they'll be installed underground. What would prevent them from being installed underground? Why can we not just make that a requirement? Is my
Off-site.
question.
Off-site.
If it's off-site,
We can't require them to be underground off-site necessarily.
but I think this is saying if it's on-site, that it, to the maximum extent possible.
Right, but they come out of the ground at some point to get to the
Okay.
buildings.
So that brings me to, I mean, no one's talked about eminent domain and all of this, and we've been doing a lot of reading. Luzerne County and Let me look it up. Let me find my notes. It was Coeta County in Georgia. The thing is with this, what's happening is because the power grid is, it just doesn't have the power now as it is. And when we look at cumulatively what's going to be happening in our area, which is something we brought up months ago in the Planning Commission, we are going to be adding to that electric grid requirement. I'm not totally sure where the power for this site would come from. Is it coming from Limerick? Is it coming from some other source? But the point is, beyond the electric rates going up, you've got this going on. Okay, this is Fayette, Georgia. Eminent domain is coming in, putting in these power 240-foot power poles and or taking their property. So, you know, I think this is something that while we are just looking at our data center, there's the whole cumulative impact. And this is scary. I mean, you guys can see it. These power poles, this is from Fayette, Georgia. We follow all kinds of other data center Facebook pages. Like, that's frightening. So, you know, I don't know what control we have over that at all when it comes to the infrastructure grid and ensuring that eminent domain is not going to come into play here, or even with our surrounding neighbors. It's just a huge open question. And I just wanted to have that visual. There's visual, financial, and social impacts of all this. And we believe that the township has to consider all this in their planning and decision-making. So that's really important as well. The water resource, we didn't go into closed loop system. I've been reading that there are different types of closed loop systems. Some are better than others. I'm looking at Roger. Or maybe it's Michelle, but I feel like we just are saying it's a closed loop system or something equivalent. We're focusing on the water that's being required, but not maybe looking at the system itself and what are the best systems. So I think that's something that still needs to be addressed in this ordinance versus just a general closed loop system. Yeah, monitoring and enforceability. I talked about, I think when we talk about the enforcement and what we're going to do, and people have said it doesn't, the financial impacts are not going to stop these folks. They don't really care about that. So what other enforceability mechanisms do we have? Legal, financial, or criminal? And could those be explored? Would they come into play? And I don't know where. The community benefit agreement, I'm not really sure. But I think it needs to go beyond just financial, as we're saying these folks have deep pockets, and you know, we've got to really be able to, if they don't meet these environmental standards, what are we going to do? And I'm going to try to keep going as fast as I can, but the property value assessment, we've heard a lot of people talking about this. So we're asking for a third-party assessment to be conducted to analyze the potential impacts on residential and agricultural land values. And the findings should be shared with the public and factored into all planning and approval processes. Because we are hearing, you know, in some cases, it has impacted other areas. In other cases, it hasn't, but there should be some sort of study around that. Let's see if I had anything else. Well, there was another reference to sensitive receptors. I can't remember what page it was on, but it said parks, excluding parks, but parks are defined as a sensitive receptor. I think Joe is supposed to say trails, but I just want to make sure that gets updated because we have already defined our parks. I'll try to find the page. I don't know where that is. And then I'm just going to wrap up with this whole idea of the zoning allows this now, you know, and I know EVA has been out there, and I know the Planning Commission, there was a whole meeting that Rachel, you led around this, asking for more proactive planning and allowing the Planning Commission to get involved in that. It's time. It's time to do that. We know there are issues with the ordinances. Some great examples, not great, they're bad examples, right? We don't want these things. And it's, how old is it? It's from the 90s. Like, it's time to address the ordinance. The rewrite committee did their work. And it was a lot of hard work, but at least we have to get started somewhere. We have to start looking at these ordinances to see where our exposure points are and proactively planning, you know, to address them and do it in a way that protects our rural character, which is what we're all about here. So I appreciate you letting me go through all that. Thanks for the work of the volunteers up here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dana.
Hello? Okay, cool. Hi, Lucas Goss. I live on New Street. Would love to say that we all didn't have to be here right now, but you know, someone wants to turn Pennhurst into a data center. A little bit of background. I've worked for Tier Point data centers for 6 years. And solicitor, I know you mentioned earlier that you had put a timeline of 6 months for the data center to be operational. I just want to know what your definition of operational is.
No, I didn't say operational. I think I said it would be filled up, so to speak, if you will, with servers at that point.
Okay.
At least that's what not the whole campus, one building at a time.
Yeah. No, just because 6 months is that's quite some speed.
That's why when folks are talking about we want the study to be done earlier on noise, it doesn't. That earlier study may not be as meaningful as one done at 6 months and then 1 year.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can place a bunch of servers in there, but until you
They
turn
may
them
not
on
be
and you
used.
have things running, it doesn't really
Right.
do much. But hey, if it's up 6 months, I'll make a bet with you, a beer at Tom's. If it's up, I'm curious.
You are making my point, so thank you. You're helping me out.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a feat. And when you've really, I don't know if any of you have been in a data center, it's pretty nuts. It's not something you can get up and running in 6 months. And another thing, I know you had mentioned the best effort price. What actual regulations and, you know, guidelines does that entail? I know you said within the extent of the law. I was just curious if you could elaborate on that.
That would be more of a PUC question than a me
Gotcha.
question.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. I was just curious. So another thing, and we've experienced this before, our data centers usually comply with local energy providers. So in other words, say it's a heat wave, a bunch of people are running their air conditioners and the grid gets very stressed. They will call us and sometimes ask us to go on to generator power in order to alleviate that stress from the grid. I'm curious if there's anything in here that will essentially force whoever is running these data centers to do the same.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah, so a good example, if there's a heat wave or any sort of stress on the grid, I just use heat waves as examples because it happens frequently. A lot of people are running their ACs. Our data centers tend to draw a lot of power, like a lot. And so what they will sometimes do, you know, different power companies will ask us to go on to generator power in order to alleviate that stress from the grid. And I was curious if there's anything in here that might force that for whoever is going to be building this.
There's nothing that forces that in here, but I think that if you start looking at when they do their energy studies, when they start looking at what they're going to need, we don't even know. That's part of what we're trying to deal with here. Of
Gotcha.
course, is we don't know who or what the end user may be at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right. As I'm sure you're well aware, sometimes they're owner operated, sometimes they're rented space. Right.
Yeah.
So
we're all rented space from here.
Yeah. So I think we would try to handle that. There's some things that you try to handle in a conditional use or special exception process. You learn more through the studies that are done. You learn more through asking questions of whoever the applicant is, and you try to put those conditions that are very specific into that conditional use or special exception process.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's interesting you bring that up because somebody was up here earlier
Going the other
asking
way.
for the opposite. So they
Of
didn't
what?
want the generator to be running just for like, you know.
Oh, I don't want
people
this
are
thing at all,
feeling.
just for the record. Before people start throwing tomatoes at me, I'm just making sure that if we have to have it, it's not gonna just cause blackouts.
Right.
I hope we don't have to have it. I would love to not have this here. I mean, right near a veteran's home, that's kind of disrespectful. But you know, if this really is the reality of the situation, let's have it not, you know, I like my apartment cool in the summer. I hope you all like your homes cool in the summer. I don't want to have, you know, AWS say, sorry, I took all the power and now it's 100 degrees in there. So one more thing I have, and then hopefully we can all get home, get to bed. I'm not going to bed, for the record. There was a section in here that basically says it does not allow, Domestic and non-contact cooling water and wastewater treatment facilities, water cooling or holding, this is page 5, section K, by the way. Water cooling or holding facilities, including but not limited to closed loop water cooling systems. Now, I see in here it says not limited to. That's the part that I'm a little bit confused on, because in the future, say if these data centers were to want to expand capacity, as these are likely going to be used for AI, it's a huge boom that we've seen across our industry. We are expanding because of AI. Most people are doing that. I'm curious to see if there's anything in here that would prevent them from then using evaporative cooling systems when they expand these data centers.
So that provision is referring to what data center equipment is. When we start talking about what they're allowed to do from a
Gotcha,
water
okay.
perspective, we require the closed loop system. So yes, it's covered in short.
Okay, so they could, in theory, at some point use evaporative cooling system, because I see under page 10, section C, number 2, it says the DCC shall be designed to include a closed loop water circulation systems to cool DCC processing equipments or parts. So my question is that indefinite, as in you can never use anything other than closed loop, or could they in the future then use evaporative cooling systems?
Not, I wouldn't call that an equivalent system, but if there were an equivalent system, something else that were out there, some technology that I'm unaware of, they could use an equivalent to a closed loop system. But as far as like what Limerick does, no.
Yeah, I think maybe something that would make some of us feel better, besides not having this at all, would be to define a little bit of what those equivalents are and have it laid out in a little bit more detail, as well as, you know, like I said, the actual compliance with local utility companies. Because I mean, I know most people here don't want this. I personally don't want it. And I know that sounds weird given that data centers are what keeps the lights on at my apartment. But anyhow, I just wanted to clear that up for you. Yep.
Thank you. We're gonna do one more comment and then we're
Hi,
gonna go back to planning.
Amy
commission
Wheeler.
comments.
I live on Pipeline Avenue. I just wanted to mention, somebody made an offhanded comment earlier about the bees. Well, at 1 kilohertz for DBA, they're disrupted. Just wanted y'all to know that. I might have even been the expert. It was just an offhanded comment. What's that?
Somebody from the audience was talking about that they are a beekeeper.
Yeah, so I have a friend who is, which is why. And so if this is an issue with just one species, this is something we really need to consider. And I want to thank you guys for letting us be here this late and, you know, take up your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, Joey Vanderloop again. I spoke earlier regarding the bats and West Nile virus. That's not the main reason I came here, though. I came here as a representative of the PMPA, the Pennhurst Memorial and Preservation Alliance. I'm one of Pennhurst historians. I've helped build and maintain the museum on campus, and I lead historical tours there. The PMPA made an open letter that was supposed to be distributed to you all. I was told that that may not have happened, so I am going to read it in its entirety here. Dear colleagues, we write to provide our position about the current proposals for reuse of Pennhurst property. First, the site is of unparalleled historical importance in the history of America's disability rights movement, which is perhaps the least known of our great civil rights movements. There is simply no place that compares to the pivotal fame and importance of Pennhurst, the institution that spurred 3 of the greatest victories in that struggle. First, the right to a free, appropriate public education regardless of disability, which came from Park versus Commonwealth, 1971. This is from which our entire system of special education emerged. Second, the right to be free to live in our communities rather than be sent to institutions, which came from Halderman versus Pennhurst, 1978. This was the first safe and secure total deinstitutionalization known in the world. Third, the right to treatment according to professional standards, which came from Youngberg versus Romeo, US Supreme Court, 1982. This changed the responsibility of our governments away from custodial care to active treatment and our modern emphasis on achievement of each person's potential. Those legal and public policy victories are just the most well-known facets of the historical significance of Pennhurst. The experience here led directly towards the ADA in 1990, the Supreme Court Olmstead decision in 1999, the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2006, and dozens of court decisions in the states of the USA. Pennhurst was also the first institution in the world to be studied with scientific rigor to find out whether people were better off after leaving Pennhurst. And they were, in almost every way that social science knew how to measure. The Pennhurst longitudinal study is globally influential and has been key to policy changes as far away as Australia, India, New Zealand, Korea, and Ukraine, to name a few. We also wish to submit our position in writing that we will not oppose the demolition of some, many, or most of the property's buildings for other uses under certain conditions. Those conditions are enumerated in the text following. We request that these conditions be inserted into the Data Center and Technology Campus Ordinance for East Vincent Township. Number 1, oversight with authority from the township. A transitional committee shall be established, including representatives from the Pennhurst Memorial and Preservation Alliance and other individuals familiar with Pennhurst history, to guide and oversee the preservation and transition process. The committee will be empowered to temporarily halt any activity relevant to historic preservation until township is informed and issues a decision. Number 2, conditions for demolition. No demolition shall occur until a shovel-ready project has received all necessary approvals and is ready for immediate implementation in order to prevent the unnecessary loss of historic structures in the event that the project fails to proceed. Any initiation of a request for demolition permit shall be expressly conditioned upon submission of verified proof of financing and verified proof that the electrical source and associated substations have been constructed and are operational. Number 3, survey and preservation. A qualified historic architect and a videographer shall inventory, photograph, and 3D film all remaining buildings, grounds, and artifacts to preserve their nature and appearance for posterity. This inventory will include consideration of preservation measures for architectural ornamentation, such as the large cupola of the main administration building, as well as the main administration entrance and other significant decorative features in and on the remaining structures. All historical artifacts and materials from the Pennhurst State School and Hospital campus and the current materials stored and used in the Pennhurst History Tour will be cataloged and collected to be preserved. 4, human remains. The whole campus will be surveyed using ground penetrating radar to ensure that no bodies will be disturbed by demolition and new construction. If any are identified, measures will be taken so the human remains will be moved to a site to be determined, utilizing generally accepted standards of respect for the Pennhurst deceased. 5, retain and repurpose at least one building as a museum and learning center. In addition to the preservation of the administration building, the assembly or auditorium building must be preserved, with the intent of converting it into a site of conscience museum for Pennhurst. The assembly building, the assembly building will be preserved. Second, the owners will support and cooperate with efforts to clean and renovate the building to the maximum extent possible using existing equipment plus staff and volunteers, including water for a restroom and power for heating. Ultimately, it will have to be renovated to code standards for public use as a museum and center for education. Third, current and or future owners will fund an endowment and or provide staffing sufficient to support 5 years of operation of the museum and center. And current exhibits, collections, artifacts, documents, and other items of historic value from the campus and the Pennhurst Museum, graciously created by the current owners, will be donated to the new museum and center, so they will be preserved and their educational value will be continued. And number 6, preservation mothballing prior to demolition. The township should require that appropriate mothballing measures be implemented for any historic or potentially historic structures located on the property.
These measures must be carried out under the supervision of a qualified historic architect to ensure that the integrity and stability of the structures are preserved. If the data center project does not move forward, or if plans for the property change, these mothballing requirements will take immediate effect for any building or buildings designated for preservation. The intent is to prevent further deterioration or damage while future use of the property is being determined. Furthermore, if the approved data center project has not commenced within 8 months of final plan approval, the same mothballing protections shall be required for all remaining buildings on the site. This ensures that no historic or contributing structures are lost due to neglect or uncertainty in project timelines. All mothballing measures should conform to the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties and be developed, implemented, and certified by a licensed historic architect in Pennsylvania. The property owner remains responsible for ongoing maintenance to keep the structures weathertight and secure until redevelopment begins or an alternative preservation plan is approved by the township. Our thanks to the Commission for considering these crucial issues about the property. Sincerely, James Conroy and Karen Hayes, the co-presidents of the PMPA. I would also like to add my own personal comments as someone who works on the campus frequently. What happened at Pennhurst was a tragedy that became a triumph. After the expose, it sparked a wave of exposés at similar institutions across the country and eventually similar institutions across the world. I consider it to be sacred ground. It is we are an international site of conscience for our contributions to disability rights. 1 out of every 4 Americans identifies as disabled. If you live long enough, you're going to become disabled. That's how aging works. We are the largest minority in America. As of today, the Pennhurst Museum is the only currently operating museum of disability history and culture in the entire United States. And the majority of our staff identify as disabled. Losing Pennhurst history is not only robbing American citizens of the historical heritage that is their right, it is disrespecting the memory of the thousands of people who lived and suffered there. I also would like to extend a formal invitation to all the members of the committee. If any of you would like to come to one of our historical tours, they are every Saturday morning at 11. Please reach out to me. I will gladly provide you my information. I'm also more than willing to do a private historical tour if you would like to learn this history in person. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say that I did go to that historical museum this past Saturday and it was wonderful. I had no idea all these things were saved there. And it's an amazing place. And I agree with the things that you said.
Thank you
and
very
that
much.
that was what I still have a few things on my list that I wanted to talk about. And that was the historical significance of Pennhurst also. So thank you.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Okay, so Pennhurst is on the I'm sorry. Is on the I'm not going to be able to say is eligible to be on the National Register of Historic Resources. It's listed as HD 160 Pennhurst State Hospital, and it's on the map. This is at the county level. It was I was told that was not true, but because it's not on East Vincent's map. But that's because when that comprehensive plan was made, they didn't put it on the map. They took it out of the comprehensive plan. But it is eligible, and it should, from what we just heard, be saved in some way, those buildings. And they certainly shouldn't be destroyed before there is something already planned to be there. So that, oh, we're going, because so many of them have been destroyed already, and they're beautiful buildings. So I think we should put in our ordinance the fact, well, all the things that she listed, but definitely that there should be a museum with all the artifacts that's, accessible to the public. Because anyway, I agree. So now there are some other things. Does anyone else on the planning commission have? anything?
It's your turn, Elaine.
It's my turn.
Go for it.
All right, let's see if I can find them all. I also had the water issues on my list. And what happens, we're in a big drought right now, and the closed loop system will hopefully not use up as much water as the other kinds of systems. But the fact is that you have to get water into that closed loop system. And how does that water get in there? And and how often does it have to be replaced? Yes.
I think I have like a geothermal system, and I believe they run glycol through there. You can have open systems where water would run through there. But your closed systems tend to have a glycol, some sort of antifreeze, refrigerant, yeah.
Okay, so it says closed loop water system. So, but that's not, it's something else, right? It's not
It's a
water
mix
then?
of like you put in your antifreeze in your car, you don't put all antifreeze in your car, right? You put some water in.
I don't know.
No. That's right, you're a computer person, you're not a chemist.
Anyway, so I'm just wondering about, are we going to monitor, well, some wells have gone dry in the area just this summer. I'm just concerned, so you're saying it's not water and it doesn't have to be replaced, and
Yeah, I mean, I've had mine for 23 years, and I haven't done anything with it.
We've invited our data center.
He
friend
used
up.
to make a call me,
Just for the record, I work in systems engineering, not facilities. So it's a little different, but I mean, I still hear enough about the stuff on meetings that I get a little bit of it. You are right. Sometimes it is in fact a mixture of, it can be various like oils or glycols. Yes, sometimes, not all the times though. And in fact, especially in larger things, it can be kind of expensive to pump all of that, all of those liquids, those oils, glycols, whatever, into the data center to use. So you're most of the time just going to end up using water. And a lot of times it's evaporative cooling because it's much cheaper. So you're right sometimes, but just wanted to set that straight. And given that these seem pretty big, I doubt they're going to be shelling out the money for that.
Well, we require it. And so we want to make sure that what's in the ordinance for our requirement related to the closed loop system is the right wording.
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Have you?
What
have
else you got,
anything on
Elaine?
that? Okay, I know the historical stuff. Remediation. There was, what happens if something goes wrong and, well, no, that was Katie. I'm sorry, it's late. I don't feel. What else? Strengthen decommissioning. That's what I meant. Yeah, strengthening decommissioning and some kind of financial assurance that what happens when these, I don't think they last very long. I think they last for about 3 years. And so what happens when they have to be taken down? Do we have anything in our ordinance that guarantees that they'll do it correctly, or that they'll do it and not just leave them there? Well, each building, well, what's inside the building, they turn over about every 3 years. And so where is this stuff going to be thrown? Is it going to be thrown down the steep slopes and just left there? I mean, I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, that's what we did. We threw. Anyway, we did. Dump us down there.
Yeah.
I won't be arrested yet. I said when I was a kid. All right, so,
Statute of limitation does not run. Yeah.
And-
Agree.
Yeah, I would go further with the decommissioning and tie like a financial number to it, like whatever the cost is as evaluated by somebody who is in the know, say, and it's kept helped in escrow for the time until it's cleaned up. The advances are being made all the time. What's to say this construction starts, a year or two from now, and they're halfway done and we're at a point where they don't need it anymore. And, there's a half-built facility. There should be money staged the whole time to clean it up, and held in escrow in some way. I don't know how to make that legal, Joe, but
I think it's, in a sense, mixing a little bit. We kind of, I tried to answer the question a little bit earlier, but it's in a sense mixing two topics. You have financial security as part of a development process, but that's really related to quasi-public and public improvements, not the structures themselves. Once the structures are up, decommissioning can mean different things to different people. Does it mean take the entire building down? Does it mean, clean out the content of the building? But I think that all gets addressed, whether it's conditional use or special exception. I think those types of things get explored during that process, and kind of addressed there, not necessarily in the ordinance itself. But I'm not trying to downplay what you're saying. There's a whole lot of EPA regulations around what you have to do with e-waste. There's a lot of secure data stuff that you have to do as well, just to decommission these things in terms of getting rid of the data that's on the equipment. So I think we could probably require certain certifications as well when they decommission.
I don't have anything more than that new, but I have heard a lot of suggestions and we don't have them written in our ordinance right now. So how are we going to handle that if we're supposed to vote on this tonight?
Well, I've been writing things down that I thought would be good to at least look into more and consider putting things in. So I can read off my list, and if you've got additional things that I didn't say, then
Okay.
we can.
Yeah, see what we have. I tried to keep a list, but not in one spot.
Kurt, did you have more
Um,
comments?
yeah, sorry, I do. I think we had air pollution covered in a previous version. And maybe the fact that we're saying no, I don't know, gas powered, whatever, generators, whatever, but I still think we should have a coverage in there in case. You just need to monitor that. We have to protect everybody in that area for air pollution. I think that needs to be put back in. And the decommissioning was mentioned, but it's like just a sentence or two in the CBAs, which makes it something that they can negotiate. And also in the CBAs is the emergency response plan. And I just feel like that should be a requirement. That if you're going to build something that could have, burn with toxic waste or, is too tall for our current, fire trucks to put a fire out, that kind of stuff, or what can they use? You probably don't blast water into a data center. It's probably something else. I think halon's probably a thing of the past as well, but whatever it is, we need to be outfitted and trained to fight that kind of problem.
So the emergency response plan is on page 26. It's the first thing under DCC special exception conditions of approval. Is there something you would want added to that?
No, you're right, because it's actually listed as well
Yeah.
in the CBAs, and I
Yeah.
think that's what I landed on, so that's good.
Yeah, and the intent there is if there's equipment that is needed as a result, or like if this
Right.
study if the analysis shows that there's equipment that's needed, that you stick it into the CBA as well.
Offer suggestions and tweak your language on that, because one of, as Chair of Emergency Preparedness and Veterans Affairs in the Senate. Part of your language says it's on the applicant to prepare and submit the emergency response plan. I would definitely have language in there that it's approved by local first responders and that they agree with that assessment, because if you're gonna have the applicant pay for the needed items for upgrades to combat these sites if there should be an incident, you know, they're not gonna want to outfit all of these things that may be necessary. So having either a third party independent assessment, or actually, I think the first responders of the area should come together and agree to what is prepared, or do their own assessment that they are not paying for, since the majority of them are volunteer. And that also includes the traffic in and out of access points, because if they can't access the site in a timely manner, you can buy all the equipment in the world, but you're gonna have a very, very large fire, including all the batteries that are stored on site at a data center. I don't know if the gentleman who works at the data center is still here. They're very big, and at least at the, is it 7 megawatt data center at the GSK site has over 3,000 batteries on site. And part of your comment too, Kurt, that was very important to mention about air pollution is there's nothing in Pennsylvania, and I've said this before, state law that prohibits, or federal law prohibits the use of temporary power sources for data centers. So if this data center doesn't have its hookup into whatever entity is going to power it, if there's prohibition in this draft ordinance on a power plant co-located, that's what's happening right now in other states where there's over 365 days plus use of these gas turbine power. They're huge polluters. They're temporary power sources, and nothing in state or federal law you can prohibit that within your own ordinance, so that they're not allowed to use these giant gas turbine generator things that are very polluting for temporary source until they're hooked up. So it can't open until they have the actual power source, if that makes sense.
Besides the sound that really bothers me, I live on King Street, 2,600 feet from the facility where it's being built is what's going to be exposed to us. When they break grounds, nobody knows what's in that ground. I know for a fact they buried stuff when Pennhurst was there. They buried anything, including government cheese. They buried four tons of government cheese. Back, I worked there.
I guess it was no
And I
good.
knew the business, person there, and she says, I just buried 40 tons of government cheese. There's asbestos in that ground. There is so many poisons in that ground. Who's going to be liable when they find this, when they do ground testing? Is it the board?
No, that's
Is it the
that's
township?
no.
Is it the state?
I'm not answering that.
Okay. I mean, and who's going to be liable for the people that get sick when they disturb this ground? The fungi from the cheese, the asbestos dust. You know, we're all disturbed as residents in Spring City and outside of Spring City, East Vincent Township. So that's why we're all here. It's just not right to even disturb the grounds of Pennhurst. I had 3 generations that worked there, including myself. It wasn't as bad as the TV people said it was. In the early days, it was bad. But in the 70s and 80s, it got better. It was a wonderful place. It was my favorite place to work. And I hate to see that place go down. I hate to see those beautiful buildings with the marble inside just go down the dust. And what's in that dust, nobody knows. And it's going to hurt the neighborhood. It's going to hurt the whole facility. I mean, it could be as bad as a radiation cloud. You know what I mean? Because the dust is very harmful. I'm a registered nurse. And I know about, and I know a lot about lung diseases and what they're caused by. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
That was interesting, but that,
All right, real quick, Steve Hacker again. I worked at Penhurst too, and he's not kidding about that cheese. We had coolers full of government cheese. You can't believe it, how much was there. I want to ask this though, is there still a supervisors meeting next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow? That's off now? Wasn't it for
We're gonna
next
pull up
week,
now.
Wednesday? Okay, so there's no further meeting until the next beginning of November
November 12th.
12th because
is
of
the
election
next-
day, right?
No, because the 5th is, we backed it up for more time here.
Oh.
But November 5th will be just a budget hearing with the board. No data centers or that. So the next Board of Supervisors meeting is November 12th.
The next thing that will concern the
The
data centers
that's
is
correct. It will be
November
in front of
12th.
The board, yes.
No further planning after this either, right?
It's not my call.
Unless
not
you're
my
gonna,
call
Up to
on
these
that.
folks.
unless you're gonna add something else, okay. November 12th, right?
Just wanted to add one more thing. I totally forgot to write it down there earlier. Are you going to require that these data centers comply with a regular environmental inspection from some sort of third party of any sort? Is that something that we can add into that ordinance, that they have to undergo regular review to ensure that they're, meeting some sort of standard for environmental protection?
You work, what kind of, do they do that like you work?
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah, we do.
Who do- Like an outside consultant? come in?
Yeah, it's an outside company they're based out of, I believe, London.
Okay.
Yeah.
What standards do they base upon?
They rate you based on your energy usage, your water usage, I believe also your air that you use, like the air pollution that's caused by it. So I'm not privy to the whole list of them, but it is a thing that does happen. So I'm curious if there's anything that you can put in there to require that. Oh, yeah, I mean, we do follow ISO standards, but there's also a variety of other organizations that can do this. So I was curious if you guys had any plans on adding that in as well.
Didn't know that was a thing. So I wrote it down on my list.
Okay, cool, thanks.
My suggestion would be that whoever develops there, if they do, they build a new township building right there at the site. And on top of the building, all these monitoring devices can be there, from cameras, air quality, sound quality, and it's monitored and recorded constantly. There's visual cameras that are on site, everything that is taking place, read 24/7, 365. And Joe just had a stroke.
Megan, North Penn, again, just want to say, thank you for letting us come here tonight, but I'm a little dismayed because we were told that this was not going to be discussed tonight. And one person notified us and then our community found out. This is for our community. Please include us.
Who said that?
We were told.
By who? By who?
Online that this
meeting was not
supposed to be about this.
What?
Online from where? The townships? The agenda has been up there. This is not, whatever was told is not true. So the township never said, so that's false.
Hi, Joanne, I live on New Street on the East Vincent side. I just kind of really wanted to stress, a lot of people had already said a lot of my concerns. I just really wanted to stress about the air quality and what knocking down those buildings and things are gonna do. I know somebody had already mentioned it and they put it really eloquently. I'm not an expert by any means. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have 2 kids. And everybody in my house has asthma, and it's a huge concern for me. I don't want to see my kids go to the ER. I don't want to be hospitalized again for it. I don't want to see anybody else in the community have to go through that either, or potentially worse. So I just really want the air quality to be stressed as well. Like I said, I'm not an expert. I'm just speaking for my family on that. So, thank you.
Yeah, not all the discussion, see it again. You know what, more they add time, let us read it.
So much that's not written down.
Right, there's a lot of things we've been adding in here that.
I like your idea. Um, can we talk to Joe real quick? 2-minute recess. Home stretch.
We're halfway there.
Yeah. Living on a prayer.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion to recommend the Board of Supervisors approve the data center campus ordinance pending some amendments that get made to the satisfaction of the vice chair and secretary of the planning commission. That's me and Chris. And I'm going to list some of the things that we heard. And then when I'm done, if anybody on the planning commission has something else that they'd like to add, please feel free to chime in and that will become part of the motion. So firstly, a couple of things related to sound. We'd like the sound measurement needs to cover not just human needs, but also animal needs. And so it sounds like what's in the ordinance right now, the tool, the measurement tool might not accommodate that. So we need to take a look at maybe there's another consultant or another type of implement that's needed. Sure. Yes. Yes, all living things. Yeah. So sound measurement, we might want to add another after the data center gets its certificate of occupancy, but we might want to add an additional time when the sound is measured before 6 months, just in case they're really rearing to go and they get up and running in a month and it's really loud and we don't want to make people wait 6 months. We talked about removing the DBA levels. So I think there was some pros and cons of that. And I think we should just take another look at that. We should include a definition of power outage that would trigger generator usage so that they couldn't use generators for peak load shaving during times of extreme heat or cold when the grid is taxed. I think that should apply for generators and not for batteries that wouldn't have the air quality and sound problems. It's late. I'm sorry, I'm not very eloquent. So timeline for compliance, if they measure the sound, they're out of compliance, there should be a timeline put in place for when they need to comply with the ordinance related to sound. We talked about potentially changing the impervious coverage and other mentions of gross coverage to net coverage. And I think that we should take a look at it because it would have big impacts and we weren't prepared to figure out what those impacts would be tonight. I think we need to potentially add something in there to address potentially contaminated soils. And whether this is related to stormwater infiltration or demolition or any kind of earth moving, to make sure that there's some kind of general provisions or specific provisions that the property is remediated, potentially to residential health standards. That's the first time I heard that mentioned, and I have no idea how onerous that is. But to take a look at that. To require that instead of generators being turned off within 3 hours of a power outage coming back on, that they turn off within 1 hour. To strengthen the decommissioning requirements, including potentially adding an escrow requirement. And making it part of the requirements that outside of just the community benefits agreement. Adding back in provisions for measuring and complying with air quality and air pollution. Ensuring the emergency response plan is vetted by local emergency responders. And looking into what kind of regular external environmental audit we could require that they comply with. What else would you all like to add?
Well, the historical stuff.
So I didn't include the historical stuff because if we include the historical stuff, it seems like it makes it closer to spot zoning, like it's specific to this site. But I think, I'll speak for myself, but I was really, I thought all of those things would be very important and hopefully doable that you mentioned. And, but we think those things might be better attached as conditions, but I also recognize that, you know, who knows when this will be approved and who knows who our elected officials will be. And so if there's some way that could get codified maybe elsewhere in the ordinance, not specific to data centers, that might be good.
Is there some way to include it so it doesn't seem like it's spot zoning?
Not in the data center ordinance, but there are other ordinances. There's historic preservation ordinance already in the township's code. For whatever reason, and the question was posed to us is under the 2018 comp plan, this isn't a Pennhurst historic district, right? And it isn't, unfortunately. It's in the county's eligible list of national historic places. So long way around the barn, there's ways to add it other places in the code, just not in this particular section.
What else, guys? Are you looking?
Yeah, I think.
Did you?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, the CBA, it was, 2E was suggested to be changed to independent monitoring of environmental.
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't you specify township instead of independent, that means you're gonna allow the data center to do the study and see the results?
I think it was supposed to be not the data center doing it. So what, to me, independent would mean somebody the township. I don't know.
About township approved environmental monitoring at the operator's expense.
Well, how's it typical?
we understand what the intent is.
Yeah.
It'd be like QCI.
Oh, there was talk about the decommissioning. Yeah. You got it, yeah. Oh, was it on? Oh.
Okay. Anything else? Would anyone like to second the motion? Public comment on the motion. Wow. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Okay. Thank you, everybody. The meeting is adjourned.